I opened a window. Must have caused a draft. Next thing...
What the hell was that? That's it.
Hey, Racing the Beam. How's it going? Oh man, alright. Have I got everything up? I think I do. Yeah, alright, let's... Let me just take a quick check. Studio mode. Camera. Okay, seems fine. Alright, switch back to desktop. Hey, hi. This is a Friday stream because Thursday I was feeling pretty bad. Like, bad enough that, like, I just... You know how sometimes you just have one of those days where you finish with a headache, and then it's basically just like every instinct is telling you, just go to bed now, because it's only going to get worse. Yeah, that was my Thursday. Friday, feel a lot better. So, I wanted to do at least one stream this week. I did not do one on Monday, so we are doing one today. Yeah, it's just going to be fixing more director stuff as usual. Yeah, like, so actually before the stream, I was like just going, oh yeah, it's a shame I didn't do any director stuff this week, and I was just idly like tapping around trying to get this thing to work, and I thought, hang on a second, just go online, just tape it. May as well just tape it if you're going to be doing it anyway. Just turn the camera on. Okay, so yeah, I think tonight we should be able to finish up Pop-Up Motel, because we did most of the API that we could do. The one thing that I think was missing was like the microphone support, which is more of a ScummVM problem than a thing that we can easily fix. So gonna just gently put that to one side compared to some of the other stuff. But yeah, so the thing I was kind of hacking around was, there was this title which had like an interesting sounding name called Mission Code Millennium, and the detection tables only had a demo listed, but then I found that the real version is also director. So I am kind of keen to see what this is. That it is dual PC and Mac. The thing that I was kind of trying to hack around is it has this detection script here, which I don't know, like most director games have like they have to hand roll their own CD like their own CD code, or like their own code to detect where the CD drive is, and this is no exception. This is it's got its own kind of like special path check here. It's checking to see if it's checking to see if a specific file exists where it's being executed from, and then it's assuming, oh, if this file exists, then it must be, you know, we're trying to run it from the CD. That's not allowed, and then it will just crash out. So what I've gone and done is I've taken that code and I've made a patched version which doesn't have that particular death sequence. Not death sequence. Short circuit. There we go. That's a better way of putting it in there. I think I've built it. Yeah, okay. So we'll see. I think it was crashing for a different reason. But it could also be that like I formatted the patch wrong and then therefore it wasn't being built. Okay, so starting that up. Move this to here. Not yet fully supported, sure. Okay, so it's interesting. Okay, so it's crapping out because I can't find file IO. It does. Interesting. Okay, so it's it's starting up all these xlibs. It's loading up mil.exe. Okay, and it is starting up the shared library cast member. Okay, and there, yeah, it gets to, all right, so our patches worked. It's now gone to the bit where it's trying to find destina.mld, which it should find because destina.mld is in the C drive. Oh, sorry, it's in the root directory of the CD, so it should be resolvable from any position. But it's got an undefined handler file IO, which I guess implies that they don't load the xlib. Except, yeah, we've got this lingo.ini, which should be being run, and yet it is not. Yeah, okay, so it found a file, lingo.ini. Is it loading a different one? Okay, PCMill, lingo.init xlibs, PCMill. Okay, and then just go straight to start movie. That's not correct. That's not what it should be doing. Okay. Yeah, so 261. This thing right here. Cool. All right, so it started up. It's creating... Yeah, okay, it's creating an INI stream. Okay, then it's trying to add some code. Yeah, all right, and then we have this, which seems all right. Yeah, on startup. Unhandled the entity search paths. Oh, okay. So it just failed to compile it because it didn't understand what search paths was. That's not great. Yeah, set the search paths. Okay, is the search paths a real thing? Or is it just something that these people invented? Hey, Kinnikos. Kinnikos says, I came face to face with a green poo. Also, good lord, I finished Solar Winds 2 Universe, and I wasn't expected this to be so short and have such an anticlimactic ending. Thank you very much for the follow. Ethgarda. It's good to have you around. Hopefully I pronounced that okay. Alright, so issue seems to be that, like, the compiler doesn't like this line. I am skeptical that this is actually a real thing. So I'm gonna go check the book. I'm gonna check the the ancient reference book, which contains everything there is to know. Search path? Yeah, there we go. So the search path isn't real. Oh, sorry, the search paths isn't real. It's just the search path singular, which is, so I get, yeah, all right. Provides a list of the path names that are searched when director resolves file names. When director cannot find the file in the current folder, and search for the folders in the search path. Yeah, okay, so it's a list of things. And I'll just check this isn't an undocumented future thing. It is an undocumented future thing. List of the path names that are searched when director resolve file names. A regular list that you can add. This is director 4, isn't it? It must be. It's because it's got a shared. But okay. So yeah, like occasionally what will happen is that there will be like an undocumented feature in Director 4 which gets formally announced in Director 5. There are a couple of these, but I think search paths may be one of them. We'll just double check to see if it's one of those. QuickTime Pizza. Could you elaborate, Kunikos? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Message. Oh, the path that was in the terminal said QT Pizza. Okay, we'll check that out. Put the search path. This should work. Put the search paths. Also works. Ha. How about that? Okay, so now... So I'm glad I didn't put a hack here in the compiler, because the correct place to put a hack would be to go into here and change this to be 400. And then we'll just put in a little word saying this is undocumented. So get out of here. Yeah, so we've got like D5F undocumented. So I'll say D4F. I'll see D4P documented in D5. Oh yeah, it does say QT Pizza. That's weird. There are 14 pizza-related movies, so maybe we'll find out by playing the playing the game what that's all about. That build? Yes, it did. Okay. Yes! Start now. Oh, come on. Okay, another check that we gotta add in. So which part do we need to lie about? Okay, so it was Interesting. Okay, so it was asking for stage bottom and stage right, which appear to be 512 and 384. I'm not sure why that is. And then if that doesn't meet its expectations, it has a winch that needs to be in 640 by 480. Stage left? Oh, sorry, stage right. Yeah, okay. So the stage right just gets the current width of the window. Okay, I think there's a... Okay, I think there's like a quirk which forces 640 by 480, so let's just add that in. Okay, so these will both be with flags, and then GF 640 by 480. Yeah, okay. Flag comes at the end. I hope that forces the screen to be 640 by 480. If it doesn't, then that'd be like a departure from, I guess, where we're providing the wrong value. It should be like whatever the screen is. But I think forcing the screen to be 640 by 480 is good. Kind of weird numbers for it to be looking at though. Like, it was like... Whatever. Oh, come on. Come on. What more do you want? I gave you 640 by 480. You're killing me here. Ah, right, but it still thinks the screen is 512 by 384. So I'm guessing that this figure here for get current window, get surface width is not technically correct. Stage right? Kinnick says, I don't remember what exactly likes to default at 512 by 384. I think that's the Mac default resolution, at least for... I don't know if that's the classic Mac resolution or the color Mac resolution, but I'm pretty sure it's one of those two. Stage left, stage right. Come on, tell me about stage right. Okay, indicates where the stage is positioned on the desktop. Equals the left horizontal coordinate of the stage relative to the upper left corner of the main screen. This function, like the stage left and stage top, indicates, yep. The right horizontal coordinate for the stage relative to the upper left corner of the main screen's desktop. The width of the stage in pixels given by the stage right minus the stage left. Yeah, okay. Like, in my mind, that means it should be equal to the movie resolution, which may not be the desktop resolution. But we have a game here that... Hang on, info. Tell me about this movie. How big is the stage? Stage size, 512 by 384. Wait, what is this? Who's... Oh my god, alright, well... Let's open this up again. Okay, Director 4. Alright, so we've got a fairly biggish stage here. And if we go put the stage left, 192. Put the stage right, 832. Put 832 minus 192 equals 640. Yeah, because this is a 640 by 480 movie. Yeah, alright. I mean, I guess we could put another patch that just kind of makes it not care about the screen resolution. But this is such a... What? And this is still in the path... No, it's not in the paths thing, surely. Get res? Okay, get res. Okay, and that's in 15. DA 15 get res. Okay, so it is checking to see if stage bottom doesn't equal 432 and stage right doesn't equal 576. But like the stage size is 512 by 384. So how did that... I still don't quite understand how that screwed up. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay, I get the math now. I get the... Okay. I think I get the math now. So notice here how they're checking for 432 and 576. Those seem awfully specific, don't they? Like, they don't just seem like they were picked because they were fun numbers. Now, what if I did this? What if I went into Python and I took 640 and minus 512 and I divided that whole mess by 2? We get 64, right? And what's 512 plus 64? It's 576. So what it's actually calling out, I think, is that when we're running in a desktop mode, stage left and stage top should be adjusted because it's going to be centered in the middle of the screen, as should stage right and stage bottom. Because at the moment it's just using the width of the surface, when in fact it should be using the position of the surface as well. So if we go VM get current window, okay, how do I get the position? It's like get stage rect. Let's get dimensions. Get absolute position. This might be what we need. That returns a point. And then we just use X. Y. And then it would be... I have to go, was it? I think that'll work. And then we just gotta copy this for stage bottom. Yeah, alright. Let's see if that helps. Okay, so it was in fact checking for whether stage left and top were correct, just in a very, very oblique way. Come on. Is this gonna work? No! Alright, my math is bad. It's gonna be a payoff to this, I swear. Oh no, so what, okay, no, it was still going to 512 when that is not correct. So I think that maybe my position nonsense was not correct. Yeah, right. Because we're forcing it to run in 640 by 480 now. I'm pretty sure. Okay, start. Breakpoint. Okay, we get the current window. Yeah, alright, fine. Fine. Oh my god. Oops. Window. Get surface. Huh. Did... Alright. Got a couple of assumptions on the go here. Like we have this game flags thing here, which... Yeah, okay, so that sets WM width to 640 and WM height to 480. Which I would have thought, okay, and then it sets the desktop mode. I think I got to set the do I have to set the desktop? I think I have to set the desktop. That's probably why this isn't doing anything up here, in hindsight. Because you need to combine the desktop flag with the other one. Yeah, GF desktop and that. Okay. That's on me. Okay, maybe it'll work now. At least I mean, there's still a chance that it won't work because maybe the position, maybe it just lies about where the window position is. I hope it isn't that. That would be really tiresome if they decided to do that. Lingo that at CVP 1012. Was 1012, right? Yes, it was. Okay, come on. Alright, so here we are. It's in a little window. It's in a little desktop portal now because that's that's what it really wanted. Now, does get absolute position tell the truth? It doesn't. Oh my god, for real? Okay. You're killing me, game. Actually, yeah, it's not the game's fault. None of this is the game's fault. Oh, good lord. Alright. Maybe I'm going at this from the wrong angle. What options do I have from the window to look at where everything is? We have this. Okay, it's a type Mac window. Do I have to ask like the window manager where it is? Is that the thing I'm missing? Okay, well that's alright. That's a. So if I step into this, we get absolute position. Alright, and there's no parent. So it's just returning 0. So that must mean that the... I don't know, the desktop mode is responsible for hiding all of that nonsense. Okay, so it loads in the desktop. Then it kind of comes down to here. Then it sets the background window. Okay, it sets the background window and it also sets this added initialized. What does set background window do? Okay, just... How does it know where to draw the background window? Like, where does it know where it is in 3D space? This sucks. Set current window. Switch state from window. Is it set current window? No, that's just setting the context. God, Okay. Okay, so pushes it in the big stack. Get screen bounds. Maybe PWM get screen bounds. Okay, screen bounds are 640 by 480. Okay, so... And then we do this draw method. Adjust dimensions. Copy rect to screen. Okay. Get inner dimensions. Oh my, okay. Better not be that. Window. Up. Yeah, alright. That's sort of what I want. Sort of, but not quite. Okay, that's also also sort of, but not quite. So hang on. 431 minus 47 is 384. Okay, 575 minus 63 is 512. So what's it off by? It's off by like... Okay, well the inner dimensions are correct. They just seem to be offset a little bit because of this nice little kind of like double drop shadow thing here. And I don't know. Like, I think it's a bad check. And I don't know, if the options are basically, do we like break desktop rendering just for this stupid check, or do we just bodge it? I'm leaning towards bodge. Though, I mean, yeah, we'll still keep like the bones of it. We'll still go ahead and use get inner dimensions to figure this thing out. Just check 578 minus 62. Yeah, no, it's get inner dimensions that we want. So we will do... So I'll copy this, slam it into here. Top. And stage bottom. Okay. Hey, I'm Foolery. We're in the midst of trying to bodge something to work. I'm holding up much better. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Okay, so the stupid... Okay, we're gonna have to like patch the stupid check, because I don't think we can... So if we just continue this... Because yeah, for context, the program is trying to check that the screen is 640 by 480 by checking to see that we're exactly 576 pixels in, which isn't guaranteed. It's kind of like a very weird way of going about doing a screen size check. But we can... I think we're just going to bodge it. I really want to know what this is now. Like, now that Kinekos revealed that there's like 16 QuickTime files dedicated to pizza. Like, this is... It's got like real boom or bust energy to it. Okay, get res. Get res is the one we don't care about. So go 15, get res, which is then... Which movie is this? Mill.exe. Okay. Kinikos still on the camp of thinking it's going to be about pizzicato strings. It seems... Hey, I don't know. There's only one we can find out, really. Yeah, right. That's good. That's good. That's the alert thing. Okay, we can just nop this. Let's nop it. So add in a nop. On get res and yeah, it's gonna be a movie script too, I think. So 15. Yeah, 15. Which then means we can go back in here and remove the stupid desktop flag. And F. Okay, this is gotta be the one. They can't have added, you know, 2 checks is probably enough, right? They can't add more than that. They can't add more than 2 checks. That would just be... That'd be pedantry. That'd just be over the top pedantry. Okay, start. Oh, look at those colors are horrible. But it's drawing. Okay, maybe this wasn't intended to be 256 colors. Maybe this is... Also, is there audio? Have I muted? Oh, yeah, that'll be why. Uh-oh. Quiz detected. look. Oh, great. And then that crashed. Great. What happened here? Theo player. Go read players. Couldn't open file at path PC players. Oh, okay. Okay, this strikes me as that it's expecting some file to exist on the drive when we install it, which obviously is not there because we're running from the CD. So we just got to add in another bodge. In fact, I might actually add in a 32-bit bodge as well because I don't know, the intro movie looked a little sickly. I think it could stand to do with a few more bits. Assuming that I can remember where it was. Where did I put the detection table? It was here. Okay. Okay, so we'll turn flags on. GF 32 bits per pixel. It's probably going to whinge at me because I'm going to use 32-bit rather than 16, like Professor Finkel friggin' did. Quirks. Quirks. Where are quirks? Gimme quirks. Okay, just ignore the 8 quirks I had to put in for Professor Finkel. I'll go straight to Millennium. Today I learned that I can't spell Millennium properly. I always spell it with one N. Okay, platform, Windows. Okay, just check. It's looking for a file called players. And there isn't one already, is there? No, there is not. Okay, we'll make it empty and see if that is enough. Assuming I could find the thing. Alright, it's here. And then we'll say con actually no, that's gotta be, it's gotta be in Unix path. Ah, crap, alright. ScummVM, Millennium. Son of a bitch. Stop. Oh, God. There we go. I love this little kind of 30-second break every time before I start the program. Where apparently, I don't know, my NVIDIA card just gets to like rub its hands and think, a game from 1995. How will I possibly be able to manage this? Let me just consider every possible way. God damn it. You can't be serious. Oh, I walked into that too. I knew this was going to happen. I thought by saying it out loud, it was less likely to happen, but... Calm Blue Ocean. We're just going to go back in. Go back and steal another hack from Professor Finkel. And, we're just going to add that to this as well. All right. Is that gonna be it? Run out of things to whinge at me about, game. Gonna play ball. Are we gonna be able to see the game an hour into the stream? Okay. Hey, Arrogant Logician. Arrogant Logician suggests solution: install 8-bit GPU on 8-bit to color monitor. You laugh, but for a while, like, especially for like Wine, which is the Windows emulation layer here under Linux, like that was. You could run 8-bit applications, but you had to run them in 8-bit graphics mode in your window thing. Oh my god, how is it come on. I lied to you. I lied to you that it was 16-bit mode. How are you figuring out that it's 32? That's not fair. Okay, so we can get color depth. And okay, fair to it, it's calling get color depth. Did I just misspell Millennium? I probably just misspelled Millennium. I spelt Millennium with one N, like some kind of sucker. I think we all know how well I do it. I don't know how well I do it at spelling bee. The answer is I'd get like kicked out probably about halfway through. What a cool game. I haven't seen it yet, but what a cool game. But this is gotta be the one, right? Not to get all excited and everything, but like there's no more things. Oh my word. Alright. So it's still whinging about that. It's still... No, it's getting back 16... Alright. Okay, we're just not allowed to use 16-bit color mode. Okay, that's just... I did read the readme and it said, like, you could use 16 color mode. It would just be slow. But evidently, since they wrote that, they changed their mind and they said, you know what? If you use 16-bit color mode, get out of my sight. Don't wanna see it. Okay, so let's undo this change, undo that change. Those are both gone. So I guess we just got what the screwed up video at the start. That is the canonical correct thing. Okay, we're in 8-bit colors. We've lied about how big the screen is. We've patched the INI file to not, I don't know, to use an undocumented Director 4 feature, which is apparently there. Here we go. Crispy crackly, but you know, it's fine. Okay, then it's gonna get to this next bit, which I'm pretty sure will make it crash. Because in the background here, it's like loading all the stuff. Unhandled QuickTime audio rate change. That's new. Oh yeah, because we fixed the other issue. Okay, so now it's trying to... Unhandled QuickTime audio rate change. What? Where is this happening? Oh, I see. It's trying to load a QuickTime video which has some feature that we don't support yet. That's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. Which... is it? I guess it's qtsplash1.mov? Looks like a movie to me. It's 3.4 minutes. All right, let's just watch this because I need a little boost in my spirits. Need a little promise as to what we're getting. Okay.
this broadcast for this news just
Yes.
in. There has been another daring theft of historical treasures. Cyberpol announced today that more objects are missing in time. The agency has no clues, but the pattern appears to follow that of other recent thefts, which are popularly attributed to be the work of the Time and Place Moving and Storage Incorporated, a mysterious syndicate with a mysterious past. President of Time and Place Moving and Storage Incorporated, Mr. Bradley Bunny Benchley, denies any connection, claiming Time and Place Moving and Storage Incorporated is just a very successful reallocation business. We don't handle stolen property. We are being framed by jealous competitors. Meanwhile, Saigai, head of Cyberpol, says they have nothing firm to go on, but are following up on several possible leads. In the meantime, several stolen articles have been recovered, but their original provenance is unknown. Police are trying to return articles recovered from a previous heist. The return of these objects is critical, says Saigai. Their absence from the correct place in history is threatening to create a major time paradox, undermining present-day life and culture. I know it is hard to see how an object taken from someplace 1,000 years ago in time can create a crisis for us now, but we are very concerned. Cyberpol has retained Virtual Travel, a time travel research group, to locate the provenance of the articles as they are recovered. Virtual Travel's president, Boss 2000, appears confident that they have the situation under control. No problem, a piece of cake, said Mr. 2000, in reference to the job ahead of them. Details at 6 o'clock.
Okay. Seeing, I don't know, seeing a few parallels here, I think, with another popular detective series for
Sick of
children.
the same old routine? Fed up with your job? Is your career going nowhere?
It's like you read my mind.
Now is your chance to break into the exciting new field of time travel. Impress your friends and relatives by becoming a virtual travel temporal specialist. You'll be trained using the latest methods on the most sophisticated time travel equipment available. Sit in on the greatest moments in history and earn a great salary doing it. No special training required. Don't delay. Call Virtual Travel today at 555-5551. Offer void where prohibited by law. No guarantee of employment is implied. Applicants may be subject
hang
to a
on.
6-month. Offer void where prohibited by law. No guarantee.
Okay, we're gonna read the freeze frame because I'm a massive nerd. Hi, time travel. You're about to enter the exciting world of the Renaissance, where the arts, culture, and learning are experiencing a rebirth. First, the Italians became shaking things up. Oh god, no! This is learning. This isn't an Easter egg. Okay.
Guarantee of employment is implied.
Hey, I'd put my thinking cap on if I were you, because this is the age where reason rules. People here are really into science, and religion is way out of fashion. You see, scientists are making some major discoveries, particularly in the area of astronomy, and that has made a lot of people think that maybe rational scientific thinking is the way to go. They're using it to figure out not only how nature works, but how to make their own lives better. And they're coming up with some radical new political and social ideas, like the notion that everyone has a right to speak his mind and pursue his own happiness. That may seem like no great shakes to us, but... yeah, okay, so they've taken like text from the rest of the game and they've just kind of dumped it in here.
Subject to a 6-month probationary period before permanent employment is offered.
I like the music. The music and the graphics is very good. Reminds me a lot of the McPixel soundtrack, actually. Okay, and that's where it ends. So if we FF probe this, we just see it's Cinepack, and it's just one channel of signed 8-bit audio at 22 kilohertz. Now the issue I think is down to ScummVM's internal QuickTime parser, which seems to be freaking out at... because yeah, my rough remembering of how the QuickTime format works is that there's like edit lists inside the file, which defined means you can do things like stitch, you know, tracks with different frame rates and stuff together. But I mean, it doesn't look like that's what's the case here. So we'll have a look to see if there's anything we can easily just bend into shape. 437. I really hope I never need to implement this. Cheeky face. But I'll throw in this error just to make sure I catch anything with this. Normally I don't do this. But I'm curious. Sorry, Matthew Hoops from 2012. Guess what? We gotta implement this. So does that mean if we go up 16, down 1? Oh no, up. Oh wait. Down. Here we go. Okay, so we've got one track. Interesting. So media rate doesn't equal 1. Sonneveld says, at what point do you just say, please rerun the media through FFmpeg and convert it to something more modern? That is a good question. I imagine if it was using some kind of very obscure esoteric QuickTime feature, maybe. But I mean, like, this just seems like some other form of... Okay, do I have the FFmpeg source here? Okay, lib AV codec. Is it libav format? Can never remember where all the QuickTime stuff is. Okay, now that's QuickTime animation decoder. What did FF Probe say it was? It said it was... Oh my god, I've got too many tabs already. Here it was. Okay. Apple Sound Media Handler. Really? Great. That's helpful. Really? Oh, Apple Sound Media Handler's metadata, the original encoder stuff's in the mob. Okay, that would explain it. So, alright, so that won't appear inside here. It is... Okay, so just be looking for a PCMS8 stream. So, I mean, there's nothing special about that. Resource? Movie script? Game quirks? No. This thing here. Okay. Okay, edit list entry. Right, so it'll be probably here in mov. Let's see which. Okay, get edit list entry. Yeah, it's duration, offset, media time, and media rate.
I'm happy to say that we have finally arrived.
Hey, crushing ceiling. Where? Okay, so there's mod.c. Okay, mov elst. Okay, which is given as a duration, a time, and a rate. And it looks like the original... Okay, so it looks like the original rate was given as a float, but I guess we never, like, it should be easy, like, it's just we got to convert whatever the weird floating point format is, right? Then we just get a rate. We just get an audio rate. Right? It's gonna be that easy. I don't know. Oh wait, there's a spec, isn't there? There's like a QuickTime spec. We could just read that. I say we could just read that as if that was like trivial, but QuickTime mob spec. And then edit list atom. Okay, that's... Okay, size, type, version flag. Edit list table. Media rate. A 32-bit fixed point number that specifies the relative rate at which to play the media corresponding to this edit segment. This value rate cannot be 0 or negative. Huh. Well, actually, the number was pretty close, wasn't it? It wasn't just... wasn't just 1, it was close to 1. Like, rounding error level close to 1. Like, yeah, 65591 but over 65536. Yeah, that's nearly a rounding error. Okay, so going back to here, right? We've got this meteorite, which is irrational. Tell me more about what irrational is. Okay. Well, I don't know. That's close enough to 1, so for interests of, like, actually testing, I'm just going to comment this out. I'm going to trust that everything is just going to be fine. Because, yeah, it's got nothing to do with the actual sample rate of the... It's got nothing to do with the sample rate of the track. It is an internal edit list thing where you can basically say, I want this sample at this rate, but then play back at a different rate. Which doesn't really matter. But yeah, I really want to play bootleg Where in Time is Carmen Sandiego now. I've been sold a bill of goods. Okay, skip that. Oh, Arrogant says, I'm glad you're deeply familiar with ScummVM and Macromedia. I'm just observing service level, but at least you're at least familiar with code and Linux terminal input output and the debugger. Yeah, it's been a few years now of just hacking away at this particular little engine, so I've got a rough idea of what everything does now. Anyway, we saw this before. Let's get to the main thing. Oh, this looks good.
Welcome to virtual travel. If you came about the new position, click on the application computer. If you are an employee, please select your name from the time clock.
Okay, what do I want to do? Okay, new applicant.
You're late, kid. Your interview was 2 hours ago. Either fill out an application or don't waste any more of my time.
I'm sorry, like, there's a bunch of crap I needed to fix.
Please type your name.
Alright,
Please click on your favorite color.
let's go yellow.
Please click on the correct answer. If all stints are flops, and no flops are struts, then no struts are definitely stints. Sometimes, I do not care, it does not matter.
Okay. If all stints are blots and no blots are sprots, then no sprots are definitely stints. It does not matter.
Thank you. Your application is being processed.
Okay, I just reviewed all the data. I guess you're hired. Now let's get to work.
Be
Okay.
sure to select your name from the time clock.
Okay. I guess this is what I gotta do here.
You're late, kid. Your interview was 2 hours ago. Either fill out an application or don't waste any more of my time.
I've already got a... Okay. Oh, right, okay. Okay, here's my name now. Whoa. Texture popping in the in the in-game movies.
My name is Tibor. I'll be with you all the way.
Okay. Is this like Nightmare? Do we have to wear like the peril prevention helmet? Whatever. Okay, let's practice, because I feel that we need a bit of a run up to this. Alright, so what we got? We got Virtual Time Pod, model NC1701. Is that a Star Trek? Is that a Star Trek reference that someone's jammed in there? You can't actually, yeah, up in the top right it says we're here in the present. Okay, let's open up the view monitor. Oh, we're still here. Okay. Okay. Vidcom relay panel. Okay, object return panel inactive in practice mode. In mission mode, activate this panel when you're at the right time and place to return an object. Okay. So... I think I understand. I guess we just reboot the time pod. Okay, open close time travel. Let's do that. Okay, we can go to France, the Middle Ages, we can go to Germany, the Middle Ages, Britain, the Middle Ages, or Italy, the Middle Ages. Oh, okay, then we can go to the Renaissance, the Enlightenment, Age of Revolution, okay, and then the modern world. Okay, let's go to modern Russia. Oh, Arjun asks, is the mouse super laggy sometimes? Yeah, so that can sometimes happen within ScummVM, specifically because like the mouse has just kind of been rendered to the screen at the same time as the game is being rendered to the screen. It's difficult to explain what's going on, but essentially it's like sometimes if like rendering is slow, then also mouse updates can be slow. Anyway, okay, we've gone to modern day Soviet Russia. Can we have a look around? Yes.
20th century. Things shouldn't seem too strange to you because it wasn't that long ago. If you cruise around the era a little, you'll find a steady rise in abstract art and modern architecture, some outrageous new music, and loads of scientific inventions and discoveries. In the final decades, there's also an explosion in communication that links all the countries of the world. Of course, people here haven't even begun to understand the things that you and I are privy to. But hey, who knew that in just a few years, virtual reality technology was going to normalize the space-time continuum?
Of course it was. Oh no, is this the... Are we living in the future where the metaverse was successful? Are we living in the metaverse future? And we're just kind of virtually telecommuting to find these lost artifacts. Oh wow, this feels really... This does not feel as nice to move around in as Carmen San Diego. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're inside this house now. Oh, did we find it? Okay, we found a crash, is what we found. What happened there? Get property.mov not found. Okay. So we're just having a quick look. Yeah, alright, so the crash happened because some code tried to call... It tried to look up a cast member by name, and in this case, I think it was using... It's just got .mov, which implies that it was meant to generate a name, but then it screwed up. Because yeah, we've got this... We have VC type, which is empty. Okay, then it tried to add them together. Okay, so VC type has got to be something. Like, and yeah, like it's got like a whole little spiel here about Sputnik. So it must be close. Right, and it called this VidCom, like VidCom B2000 seems like it might be a good video name. Okay. Cast 1073. Okay, that's in GUI 22. So we're gonna have to do a little bit of decompilation, I think, to figure out what's going on here. Project arrays, decompile, dump scripts. GUI22.dir. Like, oh no, there is a file called GUI22 in there, so it must be that. Okay. On birth, me type start F audio. If type equals board, then set VC type to SciPol. Else set VC type to type. So type, I'm guessing, wasn't given. Yeah, we've got... So we've got the script, we've got an empty string, we've got this, and then we've got a AIF file name. So type start F audio. So type is deliberately blank. So where was that being... Oh, okay. So... Interesting, okay. So it looks like there was a bit where it pushes like a big blob of text along with these parameters, which then it does an of instruction, which is basically like fetching one word from this mess. And then that word was meant to be the type, except we've screwed it up somewhere and it's not returning that. Okay, so... I don't know. These are the vagaries of fixing something which was used by thousands of games. Sometimes you think you've got every edge case, other times you get proven quite wrong. So C of. So I'm going to split that out, go back to here. Alright, these are all the parameters. So we've got... the source, which is the string. Yeah, okay, that's at the very end of the... At the very end. Then we've got all of these. So we've got... Last line 0, first line 10, last item 0, first item 1. Okay, so we're gonna have to... Which movie are we in? Oh, we're still in GUI 22, okay. Annoyingly yet, we're gonna have to like wade our way back here, I think, because you can't really just start up a movie impromptu, because then it won't have any of the variables and stuff for a game that's this complicated. Alright, so I think what we'll do, we will restart, we'll go back to just before we pick up Sputnik, and then we'll put a breakpoint in C of, and see what's meant to be going on. I don't know, maybe we changed like the separator and that didn't stick or something. Maybe that's the reason why it's vomiting blood. Okay, start. Just wait for it to chug through in the background. It would be a lot quicker, except because I've got debug on here, it is printing out every instruction that the game is running through, which takes longer for obvious reasons. Okay.
Welcome to
Time clock. Cool, it still remembers who I am. Yeah, see, the texture pops in the intro video.
Hi, my name is Tibor. I'll be with you all the way.
Feels like we should begin some training before, I don't know, being let loose in the time stream like this, but who am I to discriminate? Alright, we'll have one quick go in practice. Just so we can get to Arrogant Logician says, yes, debugger compiler is slower than an optimized release build. Sort of, yeah. It's definitely due to the fact that, like here, because I've turned all the debug flags on, it is literally like having to print every bytecode instruction before it runs it, which, yeah, that just adds like a natural overhead. Once you turn that off, then it actually speeds up quite a bit. Okay, modern age, Soviet Russia. Okay, we'll just skip through that.
The 20th century. Things shouldn't seem too strange to you because it wasn't that long ago.
I love that morphing animation. Unfortunately, we got a job to do. Okay, so we'll just breakpoint every time we do an of, which hopefully shouldn't be too often. Move forward. Wow, okay, it's doing an of when I click the up button. It's doing a lot of ofs. Yeah, lingo code, aka the scripting language used in directory, is very spidery. It encourages a lot of weird spaghetti code. You can see here that they're doing some kind of string concatenation here to get you know what? I don't know. I'm just gonna pretend that I didn't see it. Okay, so we're gonna look at Sputnik. Okay, that should... Okay, that wasn't the of call that I was concerned about. This one. This is the one that was... Oh, no, it wasn't quite the one that was killing us. It wasn't quite the one that was killing us. The text looks the same, but these parameters were different. There was a 10 in there, I'm pretty sure. Argent says, what was the reason to start fixing this game? Just making it operate, or was there a request to implement the game? No, this was just me like scrolling through the detection list, looking for something interesting. Like, generally, I don't know, generally like I pick like one children's game to start the screen with because those are fairly... Usually they're not complicated. This is basically like a very complicated game to pick. Normally they're like interactive storybooks, which have like one or two tiny things. And then the rest of the stream is usually like a tentpole game from the directory library that I've picked up. Like the one we've been working on for the past few weeks has been Laurie Anderson's Puppet Motel, which I don't know, it's reasonably notable. Like it is, it was fairly renowned at the time as like a boundary pushing piece of multimedia. It was released by the Voyager company, which later on became Criterion. It also barely runs on most, it doesn't run in Windows 3.1 because it's too old. It does not run in Windows XP because it uses a 16-bit bridge. It does run in Windows 98 or like certain Mac emulators. So it is essentially kind of unavailable for use. And so we've been adding in... It also uses a very complicated custom audio plugin to achieve like a bunch of the 3D spatial effects, which is the thing that we've been kind of adding and stuff. Yes, as in Criterion Collection. I believe they start off as Voyager, and then like Criterion, like they were about to run out of money, and then like they decided to throw a bit of scratch on this up and coming newcomer called DVD, and it turned out quite well for them. Or well enough, shall we say. Oh, okay. Crap. I went too far. I went too far. I went too far. Okay, so that returned the string Sputnik. That sounds sensible. That sounds like something that you'd want to return. I don't know how it got the word Sputnik, but it did, and that's better than returning nothing at all. Yeah, there we go. Return the word Sputnik. Okay, now it's trying to return... Oh, hang on. I gotta open up the thing again so I could see what the fields were. Oh, I see. Okay, so I think that was... Yeah, first line. Okay, so it was picking up first line. It's also made kind of difficult by the fact that what we see here on the screen isn't technically the whole string. The whole string has Mac style line breaks, which are just carriage returns. So we need to... I think we need to look at it through here. Okay, that time... Oh wait, is it an empty... Where am I now? I am... Oh, okay, I'm on that line. That's why it's empty. Okay, so here's the full string. So, first line, the word Sputnik. I'm guessing the second line is going to be SP Korolev. We'll see if that works. Yes, SP Korolev, which is the creator field. And then there's going to be another line with 28, then it's going to be one with Psy, then there's going to be the modern world. Yep, okay, so that's number 3. 28. Psy. The modern world. Okay, then we get up to 6, which should be the actual meaty contents. Or at least it'll be like the first paragraph. Yeah, okay, so it returned this paragraph. It is then checking to see if that is not equal to an empty string, at which point it then pushes it to HO text, I think. Oh no, it's fetching it again. Wait, what? Oh, because the one is the one at the... Yeah, okay, the one at the front is different. Okay, it's getting the first character of block 6, which is an @ symbol, which is what it's checking for. Okay, then it's getting for character 2, which is going to probably check for the letter I. Or something like that. Yep, okay, it's checking to see if it's the letter I. Okay, then it changes the item delimiter, which is the internal thing that it uses for like marking what the split character is. Changes that to comma. Oh no, sorry, it pushes the stack, sees that it's a comma, then it changes it to a colon. Okay, then there's all this stuff. Oh, okay, then it tries to delete all the text. CV delete. The hell's CV delete? Hang on, that's bytecode in it. Right. So it finds a variable with a name, then it reads in a chunk ref from that. Then it calls C delete, which... Okay, so it's like editing, I think, the string in place to delete things from it. Okay, now it's going to fetch the text again, and it's going to be slightly different. Yeah, Sputnik, SP Korolev, Psi, The Modern World. Okay, but interestingly now it's just down to a colon, whereas before it was a... So could be that maybe the bounds on the delete command are wrong, because yeah, like the lines are off by 1 now, I'm pretty sure. Because like back up here we had Sputnik, Skorolev, 28, Psi, The Modern World, line break info colon. Now I just got rid of these 5 characters and this line break, which I'm not so sure about. I'm not so sure about. Seems wrong. Deletes the specified chunk expression, character, word, item, or line in any string container. Source of strings include field class members. Right, okay. Arjun asks, if this was calling an AIF, is it like a rudimentary subtitle? How do you mean calling an AIF? Like, as in... I mean, Director can play AIF files, which are just kind of, you know, the Macintosh equivalent of Wave, essentially. You can do that anytime it wants. In this... I mean, in this particular instance, it looks like we're just getting done over by the delete command. Yeah, okay, so what's it asking for? It's asking for line 6. Yeah, so it's asking for line 6, item 1. Which should be everything up into the first... yeah, it should be everything up until the first colon. However, it looks like it got offset by 1 And instead of deleting the colon, it deleted the line break that was before it, which would be a problem. Okay, I think that's enough for us to fix it. So we would need to go into. Okay, we'll just put in a breakpoint for CB delete. Okay, so we're gonna have to start this again. Oh, the first time it crashed with an empty type, you mentioned it was loading AIF, but maybe not. Oh, that was the name. So what it was doing was it was kind of combining two strings together, like a word and then a file extension. But the first part was empty, and the first part was being derived using this. Like it was trying to get, you know, it took this complicated text entry, stripped off, you know, ignored the first 6 lines, then it tried to delete something from line 6, and because the delete markers were done in the wrong spot, then that meant a later call to try and fetch text data did not work. So I'm pretty confident that if we were to go back to Spotnik and put a breakpoint on CB delete, we might be able to see like exactly where it's cocking up.
Well,
okay, come on, time clock.
Hi, my name is Tibor. I'll be with you all the way.
Okay, practice. Come on. Give me the map. Time travel. We're gonna Soviet Russia. Come on. Oh crap, no, not the revolution. Okay, well. Okay, I guess we get to have a little treat of seeing like what revolutionary times form our robo friend will take. Actually, no. Sorry. We gotta. I figured out what I was doing wrong. Okay. 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 BC delete. Okay. So D as a chunk ref is gonna then take the various fields of the chunk ref. So what does it say? Oh no, it did read the chunk ref. It just seems to have done it in a var type. Var type is 3. Oh cool, the microphone remained on for that. That's great. Fuck. Oh, I see. All right. So 3 was the... Okay. It said delete chunk delete word 1 of line 3 of member address. Which then gets translated into... var type, which I think would be... Right, okay, so it found a property reference. Okay, then there's a chunk ref, which then gets pushed. Okay, and then there is like an inner type. Okay, so there's some kind of weird recursion going on. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, don't know if I should be worried about that. That seems unusual. Okay, that's a proper F. Okay, so we got the data, which is this string containing all the stuff. Okay, then it just returns it. Oh, is this okay? Is this just the... Didn't seem to do anything. Okay, then it's changing to a line type. Okay, 46. When deleting the first item, include the delimiter after the item. Deleting another item, remove the delimiter in front. When deleting the first item, include the delimiter after the item. Okay, that makes sense. Deleting another item, remove the delimiter in front. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's... yeah, sure. So in this case, start is 46, which is kind of a... Oh, I see. I see why the... Okay, I see why this isn't working. This is actually... So this is expecting, I guess, input which is normalized by line, or at least kind of takes into account the line, but it's already been changed into raw characters, I believe. So this is basically never going to be true if you're starting on a different line. Okay, that explains why it's off. Now, how do we fix it, is the question. I think we'd have to check if start equals 0, or we'd have to check if start, like the character that we start on, is a line break. Or the character before the one that we start is a line break. Because then that would count as needing this hack. I think that'd be the easiest way of doing it anyway. Because we've got the text. Text. Start. Okay, so yeah, it's starting at the first ampersand of the word info. And then if we go start -1, then we get the line feed. Okay. So if we go back into here and then we just go if start equals 0, or start is greater than 0, text so what do we got? We've got is space is control. I think that's right. Yep, so if start equals 0, or if start is greater than 0, or the character before start is a line break. That's, yeah, okay. We'll try that. I think that might be enough to make it work. God, we're really racking up the fixes in this. We're up to like 4 or 5 in the space of 2 hours. Okay. Okay, come on, muscle memory. Don't type the R until after GDP starts. Alright. Alright. It's gotta work. Arrogant says, let's launch Sputnik into space this time. I think we're meant to... I don't think it's stealing Sputnik. I think we're meant to take it away for reasons.
Welcome to virtual travel.
I don't know. We'll find out what happens when we can actually click on Sputnik, hopefully.
Hi, my name is Tibor. I'll be with you all the way.
Thank you, sultry helper robot. Okay. Hopefully this will be our last trip to 1990s USSR. But I get the feeling that this is like the same mechanism that all of the edutainment parts of the game use, so we may as well try and get it fixed. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, B, C, delete. Alright, here we go. We've got our text. Yep, alright, it's added one more to the end. So text start is this. Text end is currently going to be the colon, and then after that it then becomes the letter T. End is greater than or equal to 0. Res plus that. So if we look at the result, yeah, okay, it's just it's removed everything from that line, and it's kept the line break. Okay, so that should be good. That should be good. It's doing a similar thing here. There we go. We got the movie. We did all that for like a 1 second clip of Sputnik rotating around the globe. Wasn't that majestic? There we go. Cool. Oh, and this is SP Korolev. The man who was most responsible for the launch of Sputnik in 1957 is the Russian scientist SP Korolev. His name and his distinguished contribution to space shuttle remained a closely guarded secret until 1966, when all the majors in the Soviet Union published his obituary. Okay, so we get to learn about those two things. I thought there was more pages and stuff, but okay. Well, abort. We want to do a proper mission now. Oh, and there's also, hang on, I just noticed here in the endless scroll back, an issue which I thought I'd fixed seems to be rearing its ugly head again. This guy here, invalid equality check between types array and array. Like we have, I'm pretty sure that's the mouse cursor code, but I thought that I put in a, oh no, maybe only kind of put in a bodge for int compared to int. I just want to quickly put in a check for that. Okay. Because yeah, it's not a script error, it is... Yeah, okay, it's the mouse code. The mouse code is doing it. Original always returns 0 in picture reference comparison. Oh, is it because the code is using the equals operator when you should not be using the equals operator? Ah, okay, right. Current cursor equals default cursor. Oh, EQ data. I guess we should be using that. I mean, what type is this? Oh, okay, no, that's... I see. So... These are both cursor types, but then internally the cursor is doing it. I see. Because cursor res ID is gonna be... yeah, okay, cursor res ID is a datum type. I guess like this. Alright, final nitpick, I promise. Oh, Arigin says, there was an issue with the Dark Eye using X11's cursor and the game cursor simultaneously back in the first release, like 2.8 or something. Yeah, that was a while ago. I imagine it would have been fixed by now. That was... Yeah, like there is a... I think there's like a property or something in Director which allows you to hide the operating system cursor, which we weren't respecting properly. But that should be sorted now. Because yeah, Dark Eye doesn't actually use... It uses sprites kind of that are positioned at the same spot that the mouse cursor is, which makes things kind of like a little bit hairy. Whereas with this uses the operating system's cursor support, which is why it's black and white. Okay. That should quiet that noisy error, hopefully. Don't know why I didn't do it, because I fixed it here. I think I fixed it here and I thought, okay, that should be the only error that, the only time it needs to be sorted out, and then I conveniently forgot about C++, the C++y bits. Skip. Oh, hello. Oh, for real? Okay. Still doing this. Whatever. It's not going to impede the game. Let's just play the game.
Welcome to
Okay. Mission. Mission me, please. Oop, doing a bunch of scripty things behind the scenes after clicking that mission button. Okay, I guess we got a mission now.
We've got a problem on our hands, kid. Cyberpol has retained us to return treasures that have been stolen out of time. Some of these things are 1,000 years old. If we don't get them back to the right time and place, things are going to change in a big way. We'll pass on any clues we get. You can call us anytime. Cy Guy from Cyberpol will also be updating you. You'll direct your T-board on the times and places to explore. Okay? So let's go, kid. Get to work.
Alright.
To open your inventory panel, press this button. To set your destination date, press this button. To navigate, use these buttons. To reach us through the vidcom, press this button. To return an object, press this button.
Alright. Pure, okay, daguerreotype, DNA model, Magna Carta. Oh, so we gotta return all these items. I think. Alright. So it's less... It seems less complicated than Carmen Sandiego. If anything, we just have to, like, visit the right time to, like, drop off all these places. Drop all these things. Okay. Does anyone in chat know, like, roughly which era the Magna Carta came from? It was like... is it Renaissance? Is Renaissance too new? It may actually be the Middle Ages. Let's go... Okay, I'm going to assume it's going to be in Blighty. Because, yeah, like, it was a... yeah, it's a part of English common law, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can go back there and try and drop off the Magna Carta. Okay, come on. Let's see the robot turn into a peasant. I've been looking forward to some peasant morphing action. Yes.
Hi, and welcome to the Middle Ages. A time of feudal lords, religious fervor, and lots of chain mail. The big thing to remember about medieval times is that the church calls all the shots. And the big events of the era are these things called crusades, where Christian knights battle against Muslims for the Holy Lands. Medieval knights also have to follow a strict code of ethics called chivalry. It's not enough just to kick butt on the battlefield. They have to make nice to the ladies at court as well. Anyway, people here are shaking off the old Roman Empire and making way for something new. Romanesque art is out, Gothic is in. So are troubadour poets, jousting, and the monastic life. So watch out for stray lances. Good luck on your mission. And please, try to keep the Middle Ages clean.
Okay. Oh my god. I love how that is definitely kind of like the most costume store level. Like, you know, just kind of like nice woolen tunic that looks like chainmail plus like a plastic breastplate type interpretation of a... And what was it? The tiny axe? Like the axe with like the tiny little handle. It was great. I guess we'll just wander around in here then. Oh. Okay. I guess we can't go through this way. Can I go forward? Okay, Westminster Abbey. Okay, we can't go into this peasant's house. It's quite a modern looking peasant's house, I must say. Alright, I'm feeling the illusion of choice here. Oh, here we go. What? Is there meant to be something written on this paper? There is meant to be something written on this paper. God damn it. Alright. Cast 81. So it's meant to be some text saying, Stan, I need to use my library card. They won't let me take out anything around here. Rich. Why is that not showing up? Is it because of the... No, the rectangle is fine. The foreground color seems to be fine. Oh no, that's just the same book. Can I return the object? Can I just leave the Magna Carta here in this library?
You have found the proper place for this object. You will have to answer one question correctly. Correctly.
Correctly. Uh-oh. The Magna Carta is an agreement between... pretty sure it's the people of England are involved in the Magna Carta. AKA... the nobles.
Good show, my friend. That was the correct answer.
Oh, well, you appeared on the screen for a little bit too long, but... Pizza!
Hey, anybody here?
Wait, what? No. Open vidcom. Very important we open vidcom again. What? No vidcom? Oh, okay, that feature doesn't work. Oh, it's annoying. Yeah, sometimes... Okay, so we've opened up the panel. And then... I'm guessing there's like something which is meant to be checking to see if the video is playing and then immediately craps out. Because it assumes that it's gone. Garden sprite. There's just so much noise. There's so much noise here. Oh, whatever. Now we're just gonna return some DNA. Oh, and Piero Lunaire. Oh. Oh, okay. Our boss got angry, but we couldn't hear what he had to say. But like, how are we meant to? Okay, well, I'm gonna guess from the name that this person's in France, which narrows it down to like 5 possible time periods. Anyway, let's see if this is any different. Oh, we get to see like a French peasant's costume. I'm sure this will be very different. Oh. Well, here we are in France, the Middle Ages. You know. Okay, Bayeux Tapestry. Bayeux Tapestry is pretty cool, actually. But it's not really what we want. Wonderfully detailed image of St. John the Evangelist. Ooh. Apologies for the movement. I don't know about anyone else, but feeling a little motion sick from just kind of how, like, stretchy it is. Abraham and the Free Angels. Okay, no, we don't really care about paintings. We want music. Also, you can't turn around. You have to basically, like, strafe and weave your way around. Except sometimes when you can turn around. Oh, but another paper hint. Using wonderfully anachronistic paper. Okay, 81. To do, call Mr. Benchley, ask him which objects he wants stolen from this period. That doesn't help me. This is meant to be a game for meant to like To give me a bit more than that, game. Is there another piece of yellow paper over here? There is not. Whoops. Okay. Alright, well... Okay. This looks pretty much like the same room from the British Middle Ages, but I'm not a I'm no architect. Could it be that like they use the same street for each of the periods, but they've just changed the contents of the buildings? Would that be a very cynical thing to suggest? Oh, Gregorian chant. Okay, yeah, all right, because we're the Middle Ages weren't really kind of known for interesting musical works, were they? Well, so that all kind of happened in the Renaissance, and after that, so I think maybe we got to go back to the time travel panel, pick a slightly newer version of France to go to. Arrogant said, beware the Gregorian DMCA. That is a good point. These games love using stock music, which is of course copyrighted. So probably a good thing I was talking over the Gregorian chant. Yeah. Pop-Up Motel uses a lot of stock music, which I found out. But anyway. I mean, Twitch's checker doesn't get them, but YouTube's one certainly does. I don't know, the most copyright struck that I've gotten from doing one of these was, there's like a, that's right, it was like a German children's like adventure story group called TKKG. And I played the first game of that, and apparently it used, I don't know, used like copyrighted audio from like the audiobooks, because it's a very popular franchise, and it got hellbanned until I removed every single clip of TKKG related media, which was quite funny, because no other... until now, I never found anything which is basically like, no, you cannot have any of this on YouTube. It must all be sunk. Oh, here we go. Costume change. Yes! Okay. Love it.
Well, hello there. You're about to enter the exciting world of the Renaissance, where arts, culture, and learning are experiencing a rebirth. First, the Italians began shaking things up, with Florence leading the way. But now, the Renaissance has spread to the rest of Europe. People here are excited about classical scholars again, like Plato and Aristotle, which means the heavy, religious art of the Middle Ages is giving way to more creative ideas. And lots of folks are copying a new attitude called humanism. Humanism is all about the individual, the human spirit, and how much one guy can achieve.
Here we go.
So you'll find some big breakthroughs in both art and science here, and a few folks who seem to know a little bit about everything. We call these ninjas of knowledge, what else? Renaissance men.
Alright, oh, we could skip the speech. That's fine. Can we go further backwards? We cannot. Okay, this hall is locked out. How about the hall on the left? Also locked out. How about this one here? Is this still a music hall? It is, but with slightly different texturing on the walls. Josquin the Prez. Sorry, no biographical information is available. Why'd you offer it? Why did... Okay. Maybe not Renaissance then. Stan, I need to use the library card. Okay, maybe... Alright. Let's go forward ahead in time, like one thing. One period. Okay, so now we're in the Enlightenment. Okay, we no longer have France as an option. Oh wait, okay. We've got Holland, Italy, Britain. I guess the Revolution? Okay, we've got France here. I don't know, maybe this is like more modern classical. Like Kraftwerk. Okay. View the monitor.
Greetings from the age of revolution. Let me tell you, the times they are a-changing. The French Revolution, which left everybody in turmoil, has just ended, and the Industrial Revolution is in full swing, replacing farms with factories and manual labor with machines. All this, plus a backlash against the totally rational ideas of the Enlightenment, has ushered in a movement called Romanticism. Now, I'm not talking about kisses and candy hearts, just a newfound appreciation for emotions and self-expression. Artists, writers, and composers are having a field day, and as a result of political changes, the world is finally starting to look a little bit modern.
And all it took was thousands of orphans being pushed into a machine. Oh my goodness. Hey Zolka, how's it going? We're in the midst of just trying to figure out I guess this really kind of janky Carmen Sandiego in time well, it's like a reverse Carmen Sandiego. We have to return things back to the proper time. But how are you doing? How was your stream? Oh my god. So yeah, like basically we're like a time cop. We've got this artifact. All we know is that it's a piece of music by Piero Lunaire, and I've scientifically guessed he's probably from France, and this is maybe the only age that we've been to left that we can, I don't know, maybe check out the music shoot. I'm not sure how you meant to figure this stuff out, honestly. Oh, great, we can't even go in here. Can we go into... Okay, we can go into this room. Ooh, is that a... Is that a camera? Is that a... Oh.
Temporal paradox.
Oh, okay. The daguerreotype, invented in... So we found another thing which we needed to return. Because, it was invented in 1837 by a theatrical scene painter, Louis Daguerre, was the practical form of photography. Though permanent photographs of natural settings had been taken a decade earlier, These required exposure times of 8 hours. As a result, the earliest photos were both blurry and difficult to capture. But Daguerre, using silver-coated copper plates and iodine, pared the exposure times down to just 20 or 30 minutes. You just got to sit there for 20 or 30 minutes, completely motionless. And for the first time, people could appear in photographs. Oh my god, that kind of explains why people look so kind of annoyed in old photographs, because presumably they've just been sitting there for ages. But I think that, there we go, daguerreotype, so we're going to return that.
You have found the proper place for this object. You will have to answer one question correctly.
Uh-oh.
Correctly.
This may be more difficult. Rosalga says, so it's almost like Mario is missing returning objects in a way. You could call it like that. Rosalga says, the length of time of old photographs is why photographs of dead people gained such popularity at that time. May as well put them to good use, right? Okay, why were all of Daguerre's photographs in black and white? Color photography was too expensive at the time. True, but not for the reason that the game probably thinks. His photographs were in color, it's just the world was in black and white. They stole that joke from Calvin and Hobbes. I think Bill Watterson deserves royalties now for every copy of this. Color photography had not yet been developed. Okay, let's go for this one.
Good show, my friend. That was the correct answer.
Hey, anybody here? Oh, I wonder what all this stuff does.
Oh no, okay. So I think the meta plot is that there's like a pizza delivery guy on the outside that is monkeying around with the time machine controls, which is... Yeah, the animation in this game is really good. I've got no complaints. Okay, DNA model. We know that's going to be like more modern era, so let's hoof it to... Who came up with deoxyribonucleic acid? I don't think it was the Americans. I mean, we have oh no, this is Age of Revolution. So if you go back to modern times, we do have the US as a choice. Rizalka asked what was the name of this game. The name of this game was Mission Code Millennium. By Virtual Enterprises, I think. Alright. Let's wander around like modern America. Oh, Rizalka says, I should have to see if we have it in Exo Win 3X. Yeah, it is available as a hybrid CD, and I'm pretty it's Direct-to-4, so I'm pretty sure it's 16-bit. So yeah, it's... I don't know, it was like literally just one of those cases where I was like scrolling through the list and going, that's interesting. Oh, but it's only a demo. I wonder if the real thing is Director, and it turns out it is. Okay, so here we are in modern times, in modern America. Can we go past the sign at the end and see what the fancy landmark is? Oh, okay. Apparently the one landmark in all of 20th century America is a Frank Lloyd Wright house in Pennsylvania. Yeah, if I had to like pick one monument to sum up the entire US project, may as well pick a Frank Lloyd Wright house. But we're more interested in DNA. And by the looks of it, like, DNA is going to be in one of these houses if DNA was indeed developed here. Oh, Rizalka says, mostly where I'm at in the queue are... Oh, you're at the horny games, because you're in the B's, and there are a lot of multimedia babe-themed games. Yeah, I mean, I guess that scans. I guess I never really thought about how much kind of early multimedia smut there would be taking up the B section.
Speech. Martin Luther King. I have a dream that my 4 little children will
Okay,
one day...
we get to hear... What? Whoops. Okay, so the I Have a Dream speech is going to be read by our campy robot friend. What were the other books in here?
The Great Gatsby, F. Scott Fitzgerald. It's not a slam at you when people are rude. It's a slam at the people they've met before.
There we go. That was the whole of The Great Gatsby. Yeah, there's some odd stuff going on with, like, text only sometimes being visible, which I'm a little bit worried about. Oh, Rizzoka says, I have a book called The Joy of Cybersex, which I got because one of the authors is the guy who wrote the Unhinged Sierra Companion books. Oh, no, you don't mean, like, the guy who wrote the really, one-handed typing Space Quest companion book. Really? Oh, okay. Wow. Did he write that? Did he write that around the same time as the Sierra Guides, or was this like a future project? Because that's really interesting. Okay, so again, it's like, George, too bad none of our assignments are in Hawaii or Bermuda. Boy, do I need a break, Liza. I have no idea what these paper hints are meant to mean, but they're scattered around. They're scattered around, and for some reason, we can't read them in ScummVM. I'll have to figure out why later, maybe. Okay, let's get out of here. Yes, Peter Spears. Rizzoka says, around the same time. The Space Quest one is the only one I don't have, but he wrote that one with his equally horny son. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, I've heard trolls read a few excerpts from that, and it is very, it's something. It's really something. And I imagine, possibly because of that, it's harder to come across in, like, you know, secondhand sales or eBay. His King's Quest one suggests Daventry is a real place, and King Graham's scribe found a PC and was emailing Roberta Williams and Jane Jensen about the real history of Daventry. Wow, that's an interesting way of going about things. I guess, like, I don't know, I would have thought that kind of Roberta Williams would have been fairly protective about, like, being the one to decide things about, like, the Daventry canon. But, I don't know, I guess it's fine. It's fine for the guide writer to say, no, actually, really, I'm the one who's designing the canon here, and it's you should listen to me. And Rizzoka says, then I've read the Leisure Suit Larry book. Oh yes, I have heard you read a few things from that. Almost every page gives us a, why did you write this? Why did you write this, Peter? It's, I don't know. Maybe it just has no filter. Maybe it just goes straight from the mind out through the hands. Oh no, I didn't want to go back in here. Go back. Go back. Okay, come on. Make it to the end of the street. Sorry again about like the real motion sickness inducing movement in this game. It's not ideal. Okay. This thing on the table here. What have we got? We've got okay. So we've got the Wright brothers plane. Okay, maybe the Americans did invent DNA. Maybe I misremembered that. I will say in chat, if you happen to know offhand, like, which country DNA was invented in, I'll absolutely take a hint. I'm not above cheating. Oh, Rizalka says, and then weirdly he wrote a really good and descriptive return to Zork guide. Like he full on compares the floppy version to the CD version of the game and talks about bugs and Easter eggs in both versions and has all the game's dialogue, including stuff that got cut from the final game. Okay, interesting. So he must have had like a connection with, was it Infocom? I don't know who made Return. Yeah, it was Infocom, wasn't it? Oh no, this is the Frank Lloyd Wright House. We don't need this. That was the publication of the Human Genome Project in '94. I thought DNA got invented, or discovered rather, like before the '90s. Like it was. Whatever. I can try like dropping off DNA here. You don't have to actually find where in the world it is. We'll just do it on vibes. Yeah. Oh, you can view the object, you can view information about the damn object. Oh wait, no, that... Actually, you know what, give me a clue. I want to check the clue interface. Oh no! Oh, this is the one thing we didn't want to happen. The one thing. Member 101 not found. Remember, what? Okay. What? You sure about that? 199, then it jumps straight to 102. I'll admit that is kind of suspicious. Oh. Oh, what? Okay. Interesting. So the game calls import file into, which I thought was only used for static pictures, but apparently you can do it for bloody QuickTime files as well, which is an unwelcome surprise because it is much more it's much more complicated to do that. This command replaces the contents of the file cast member specified by cast member with the file specified by file name. Oh, and this example here also uses sound files too. Hooray. Great. Okay. Oh, and Rizalko gives another update. Then he may not have passed away in 1998. He certainly stopped writing at this time, but the internet isn't sure if he died or if someone said that just to get him to leave them alone. Understandably. Anyway, I must head to Big Place. I am tired from the work week. You have a lovely rest of the stream. No worries. Thank you very much for stopping by with the absolute wealth. The absolute wealth of Peter Spears facts. Yeah, have a wonderful rest of your night. Okay, so we gotta... I guess we gotta look into like what it would take to stub this out. I'm hoping not too bad. Then again, I said that the other 8 times, and I was sorely disappointed. So what do we got? We've got this very scientific thing here, which checks to see if it's a pick or a picked. And then... yeah, okay. I see, alright, so this here stubs out pick and picked. And then the rest here freak out a bit. So I think we'll go if Actually, hang on. No, wait. Before I start going, adding more crap, have I already made any mods to that? No, I've not. Okay, so it would be... I was worried about, like, have I made too many modifications for one commit? But I have not. I've got plenty. Okay, file mat string or file mat string picked. So just move all this into making a fake bitmap cast member. Alright, so we'll just copy this nonsense. We might not actually, no, we don't have to open up the movie file. Oh yeah, okay, and that... I wonder, did this get deprecated in Director 5? So we got idle load. Oh no, we've got import file into, it's still there. Still there on page 69. Ilk import file into. This command replaces the content of the cast member specified by which cast member with the file name specified by file name. Import file into command is useful when you're finishing developing a movie. Use it at that time to embed media that you've kept linked and external so you can be edited during the project. However, using this command in projectors can be a problem because imported files can quickly consume memory. Well, these guys had no trouble using that in production. But that's okay, because we've got a cast member reference. So then it shouldn't be an issue about... Oh yeah, we just have to pass member ID and otherwise we won't get the right we won't get the right cast lib. Ah, crap. Okay. So we're gonna have to make a new constructor, I think. Cast member. Because like Bitmap has got a special constructor which allows you to take a image decoder in. So we would need a similar one for digital video, which allows us to just specify a file name, basically. We can do that. So I guess it would just be the default for everything. Whatever that is. And then... where does it get load video from? Oh, okay, it calls like load video from path. Not great. How does this thing work? Oh, this nonsense here. I hate it. Alright. Oh, right, because, yeah. There are a few ways that you can kind of load a digital video from the cast. One of them is you can just have it as a linked file, which makes the most sense. And the second way is you can have a tiny move stub, which also acts as a link to a file. I don't even know how you do the second one, but a bunch of games have it. And I don't really want to go down that path if I can avoid it. I'd prefer to just say where the stupid path is. Wait. Okay. Really? Live video, detect file type, set the right video decoder.
Your engine oil pressure is critical.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow there, Zorbred. It's good to have you around. Oh crap, okay, it's been 3 hours. It just occurred to me. Alright, well, maybe we should put a pin in this. Maybe we should put a pin in looking at this particular game. We did get a bunch of other stuff fixed, which I'm happy about. I may take like a quick break, and then when we get back, we'll have, I guess, like a final sweep through Puppet Motel, and if we're sure that everything mostly looks as good as it can, then we can go back and yeah, we can maybe pick something else to look at. Oh, hey, Pixel Turkey. Pixel says, thank you again for the Under Killing Moon patch. No worries. I am glad that it didn't crash. Also, yeah, someone did kind of reach out to me and say that one part of the game is actually quite difficult. Because the original game does have like a command which lets Tex stand on his tippy toes. And there's apparently one room in which that's actually quite useful to have. So I may actually make another revision of the patch which adds that back in. Because I literally thought, oh, it's only like a few more pixels in height. Like, how could that pop? You know, the game surely wouldn't rely on that. Answer, apparently it does. I mean, you still can, but... like, just to give an idea. So, here is the room which contains the object you need to pick up. And... yeah. The thing you need is there, which is at eye level. So I think I need to add a Tippy Toes key back in. Also, another thing I forgot to do is that turning left and right, there is a piece of code that's already in the game which will wrap that around properly for you and like normalize it. Not so much for up and down, so I can do this. I can just keep going. You can do it as many times as you want. And when you're facing upside down, you just move backwards. So yeah, I suppose I probably should fix that. But no. It is a little surreal. So it is a little surreal, but it's also the kind of glitch which I imagine that like as soon as I promise that I'll fix, some people will get mad and say, what are you doing? It was perfect before. Change nothing. Anyway, I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes and we'll, yeah, I guess get back to some Puppet Motel. Alright, we're back. Oh god, I love having a break. Okay, now. Yeah, screw it. I'll do the I'll go through and do the paperwork after we run into something else that needs to do paperwork. Alright, for now we're gonna put the Millennium game, which has a name that I've forgotten, to one side. What was it called? I just know it as Millennium. Okay, Mission Code Millennium, sorry. We're gonna put that to one side. We're gonna go back to Papa Motel because I think we've pretty much done everything we need to like properly, I mean, support most of it. Because yeah, to recap, Papa Motel is like a multimedia kind of gallery installation thing designed by mixed media artist Laurie Anderson and I think Sen Chen Huang, who is a another kind of veritable mixed medium multimedia installation genius. And it uses a very complicated custom library for playing back audio, because regular like audio playback won't cut it. It like a lot of the kind of little scenes in it have kind of 3D depth of field effects going on, and that does include 3D audio, which is quite advanced, I think, for like a 1994, 1995 title. I'm just trying to remember where the hell it is. It's Voyager. Starts with the word Voyager, doesn't it? Voyager X sound. Better open that too. Oh my goodness. Alright. Here it is. So yeah, these are all the various functions and such that it can do. And I think that we've implemented most of them. The ones we have not implemented yet, I mean, init and dispose, don't care. I guess we haven't done buff size or exists or duration. That duration might be a problem, because I can imagine there'd be some parts of it which would want to know exactly how long a file is before playing it back. Okay, same with load file, unload file, and ext play file, but it doesn't seem to use ext play file. But like, you know, these volume effects have been done. We've got the fading effects in, which is like another major part of it. We've got the frequency shift effect, which was used for like, there was like one page where you could play back a digital violin, which has like a strip of tape and a playback head where the you know, the business end of the body is. Okay, and then there are these three functions here which control the microphone, which currently is not supported, I think, in ScummVM, so we're not going to concern ourselves too much about that. So let me just crack open another. So games, director 4, Papa Motel. There is, oh yeah, there is also like 2 editions. There is a newer edition, which is the one that we've been fixing, and then there's an original one for the Macintosh, which I think uses an earlier version of that xlib. Or rather, like a slightly different one. Like it uses a function which I think has the same kind of similar commands, but because of the way that X command works compared to X objects, it's all done with strings. So we would need to do, we may come back to like and have a look to see if the original can be fixed without too much drama. Because if it's the same commands, then we can just remap them or make a remapping layer. So we're not going to do the full debug source, we're just going to do strict, which means it crashes if there's ever an error, an X object, which tells us if there are any, if we hit any stubbed methods, or just, yeah, and that should be enough. Because the code in this game is quite complicated. But it mostly seems very well put together. Like, we haven't really had any major code glitches. They've just been kind of oddities with like the sprite rendering and obviously, yeah, the audio library, which you had to patch together from scratch. For some reason, they've chosen like black on dark purple for the text on this screen. And that seems to be something that was in the original too, which I find an odd choice. Possibly it makes, I don't know, maybe it's a bit easier to read on the Mac, which has like much stronger gamma. In fact, that probably is it. It's probably that we're looking at like... we're looking at the Windows edition, which has like not as much differentiation between
The time is now 8 o'clock and 1 second p.m.
very dark shades of...
2 seconds p.m. The time is now
Okay.
8 o'clock and 3 seconds p.m.
I don't remember this one. Let's have a look at what this is.
The time is now 8 o'clock and 1 second p.m. The time is now 8 o'clock and 2 seconds p.m. The time is now 8 o'clock and 3 seconds p.m.
I'm also just going to move this over here so I can have a look at what's going on with the audio.
I'm sitting in the set of the Performance the Nerve Bible, and the set is made in basically the shape of a T. There's a really long, 36-foot long beam, kind of an I-beam, and all our projection surfaces move along that. And then we have a path that goes back into deep into the stage. So these are the two kinds of time that we're using. This is the sort of the present timeline, and then all of the stories about the past, all of the stories about memory and things you can't change, they happen kind of back that way. So the other elements in there are these two beams that come up and go down, and then we also have this globe, this cube up here and the globe over there. And these are projection surfaces, so you can wrap film around them. So even when you project onto a surface that isn't just straight ahead flat, the light sort of bends. And so that's how we're using those things.
Oh, Arjun asks, do you need 3D audio like 5.1 or is it positional stereo like EAX? It's basically messing with the stereo channels, so... What have we got here? So like this is an example of something which... it's very subtle, but you can kind of see that there's like duck patterns, I think, that are happening along that beam. But I wonder if this was originally designed for Mac, where the differentiation between black and slightly, very, very dark colors is actually stronger. It's not clear if it doesn't... I don't seem to have like a mouse cursor or anything. So we can see here, like, it's like a conveyor belt with, and yeah, like you can see here that it's like dynamically scaling the sprites. So it is doing like, oh no, it's not dynamically scaling the sprites. It's just incrementing them as frames. But okay, giving the appearance of 3D movement. I wonder, I might actually give the Mac version a spin. I think it should be, like, compatible. At least I can't remember what we had to do. Like, I think it should just work. Because they both have an X object called, Voyager X sound, and they should both work. I mean, they're both API the same. The only difference is that the Windows version uses DirectX and the Mac version doesn't. Alright. Game data not found. That's a problem. Oh, is it because the Puppet Motel folder? Yeah, no, there's crap in here. It should be. Oh, did I just never fix the detection entry? Is it as simple as that? Did I just not fix that? Okay, that's the original Mac game release. This one here has got the new release, which is as expected. Oh no, crap, I was in Mac Rich. I wanted HFS, which is the new one. Yeah, okay. I've done goofed that. Arrogant says not a single Mac version to be found on YouTube. Really? I find that that's kind of surprising because yeah, the original was a Mac exclusive until Voyager realized like how much of a bath they were going to be taking. They realized, crap, we've got to put this to Windows very quickly. Okay, so that extra not found file IO. Okay, that rings a bell. That rings a bell. Okay, I think I had to put, yeah, I believe that I had to put in some kind of hack for file IO because there are two editions of file IO. One which is for one which is an extra and one which is an X object, and they both have slightly different APIs. And we of course support both, but we do need to hint as to like which API to use. I believe that I don't know how we worked around that for I don't know how we worked around that for the Windows one. Did we? Looks like we did. Oh wait, no, that was just a workaround for X sound. I see. Okay, maybe we didn't put a workaround in. Because we have this. which was file names. Okay. Okay, and then this thing here, which goes through, does that. Hmm. Oh, I see. I think I think I understand now. Why? Because like the correct way to kind of sort this out would be to go and fix xlib file description to also include a hint about what type of object to use. I mean, we could still do that. What if we could make it like a default that we didn't have to specify everywhere? That might be nice. That might be cool. Let's save me a bunch of typing. So we got xlib file description, const card name, const card game ID. And then we could go... What was the other slice of that? That was... the type, that's it. Just int for the type. Where do I define that? Oh, it was in here, okay. Object type. Okay, if I insert that one field while changing nothing else, does it still build? Does it still build quickly? Okay, well, oh, this, okay, that mod I kind of gave up halfway through, didn't I? Okay, let's just commit what I got. Let's do the admin. Everyone loves admin. Okay, so let's add in these. Git add this. Okay, we're gonna add the detection table changes. That was just related to Millennium. Okay, cool. And Vim has decided to add in this line, which doesn't need. Which is why we check. Okay. 524. Why did I add in an extra line here? Did I... Okay. Oh my god. I add a space to the end of here so it forgets about that other change. No matter what I do, Vim really wants to remove that that tab. So I guess it's there to stay now. And it was just the quirks, which was the last one. Diff, git, commit. Okay, git status. Okay, the cursor one I haven't vetted yet. This is mid-autopsy, so I don't really want to commit that. The code one I think is sound. Yeah, that's right, okay. Fixes crash when looking at objects in oh bollocks. Okay, no, there was one other change. One other change which was technically a quirk. Git stash rebase id5 features. Oh crap. Master squash. Okay, how many of these do I want to keep? I'll save it all for later, but I'll just redo. I'll redo the thing I did to object. I'll go int type. Okay. Now, question, does it build? Just before it says, I'm glad I'm not the only one to commit messages like that. Again, like, I got rid of it with a squash. I for a public project like ScummVM, I do not do, well, mostly, one, because it's a public project, and two, for something like this, I will almost always want to know why something was changed, which is exactly why, with this change here, I put in a little note saying it fixes this particular crash. So that if I go back and go, oh, hang on a second, now this other game is you know, spitting teeth, and it's because of this commit, I can go back and say, all right, it must be something that I fixed for this that causes an issue. All right, where do we okay. Well, it built it. It's warning me that I haven't initialized everything properly, which is super nice. I was really hoping that I wouldn't have to go through and initialize or, you know, change every single X object file, but maybe that is indeed my fate, that I have to go and do that. But for now, I mean, there are two options. One option is that I can go and I can mod this, which seems sensible because we're already doing a lookup against the game ID. It would be weird to have like 2 times that. Downside is I've got to go like modify every single one of these file names things, and there's like 50 of them. Yeah, it's only one piece of uninitialized memory. What could it possibly cost? 10 segfaults? I know, right? Let's, you know. For all I know, C++ has like magically decided that because oh wait, no, crap. I didn't even like put in like the magic plausible deniability. That's what I wanted to do. There we go. Equals 0. So there you go. You've got a default there now. You don't need me to tell you what the default is. That's probably a lie. You probably do need me to go and like type that in for every single one. Hey, bloody cactus.
And not a day goes by without sharpening his knives in the morning.
Could not convert... Okay, could not convert this from brace encoded initialized list to director xlib file description. Alright, so you were unwilling to let me do it. You were willing to let me do it previously, but now that we're being kind of now that we're kind of being pernickety about it, it's an issue. Just a Fraud says, yeah, I'm stubbornly setting Rust as my most low-level language. Yeah, like there are some times when like kind of hacking on a C++ code base, I just you know, dream of stronger typing, or at least more errors around typing. Like, C++ isn't the worst, but it's also, it's full of foot guns. There have been multiple times when I've just been caught off guard because of the weird inheritance model and stuff, and I just cannot stand that. The other project I've been working on stream has been a game engine that is like a mixture of C and a little bit of, just a little bit of assembler so that it can run in MS-DOS as well as in WebAssembly. So that is honestly, like, sometimes that has been easier than C++ in terms of kind of predictability. Just Fraud says, I do not trust myself with manual memory management or concurrency management. Yeah, I've gotten I mean, if it was for like, I don't know, literally anything important, I would definitely be in the same bucket. This, I don't know, the other game engine has not been too bad. Like, just running it all the time with, I mean, most of the game engine stuff runs through Lua, which has a garbage collector, and as long as kind of the, you know, for the few C structures that get passed through that, like, as long as the garbage collector handling functions, what do you call it, like the constructor and destructor equivalents are wired up properly, then I have no trouble with it. That and just kind of running it all with address sanitizer turned on all the time. I've managed to pretty much get it down to 0 leaks without too much fuss. Mambu says C++ is the worst. Yeah, I don't know. Java's pretty bad, just in terms of verbosity. Like, the few times I've tried to, like, mod Gidra to do something, like, that has just been, like, just, yeah. It's like wading through treacle. Oh, crap. Okay, where were we? That's right, we were having a existential crisis about whether or not we needed to mod every single file. I think maybe the answer is we might have to, and that makes me sad. Unless there's some kind of weird C++ thing we can get it to do to acknowledge like things with one less argument, but I don't think that exists. But at the same time, it's like not exciting to. Yeah, editing like 60 files on stream. That's not fun. I can just probably wait until like I'm catatonic in front of the TV and doing that. So maybe we just do a cheeky bodge so that we get Puppet running now. That seems probably like the quicker way of doing it. So get rid of this. So yeah, the issue is that we've got this file IO, which can either be an X object or an extra object. And like determining the trouble is that you can use OpenXlib to open either of these, and we don't have any actual detection for whether or not the file that you're trying to open is one or the other type. It's just based on file name and the honor system. So and yeah, because these two have an incompatible API, and this is a Director 5 game, it assumes... I think it's because it's using like the extra API, or because it's in the extras folder, it's assuming that it's an extra. Which makes sense, but for now, we just want to check to see if Puppet Motel runs without going and doing the boring refactoring work. Which I will do, just later. Just later when I'm... I don't know, not trying to make this seem like the most boring job on earth. Madmo says, I once saw this is a temporary solution comment in a credit card processing system. The comment was dated 1987. Well, some traditions are timeless, it would seem. Justified says, magic heuristics for polymorphic code loading. What could possibly go wrong? I don't know what you mean. It's, you know, it's perfectly cromulent. Everyone knows what C++ code does the first time. That's why it's so popular, because there are no surprises. No surprises C++, they call it. The plus plus denotes like how they have fewer surprises than C. Don't ask me how. Did I run this in the right spot? Yes, I did. Okay. Justified says, I love the fact that one of the major means of exploitation of PHP-based apps is uploading an image with PHP code embedded in it. I would have thought they would have... They've had it like a while. I would have thought they would have kind of maybe knocked that one on the head. Maybe done a little bit of verification there. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Come on. Where are you trying to do this? Oh, it's using B extra. So it's calling... That's interesting. Alright, so it's using the extra API. Like, it's using the function call that begins with extra. And if we go into the Puppet Motel folder, into extras, is it calling Philo extra fat? Okay, no, this is actually using the D5 one. Oh, interesting. Okay, I think I just completely misread this. So it just has a different name? Is that why it doesn't work? So go back, change back to this, and then go into xlibs file.io. Yeah, file.io extra fat. So we do have that as a name. Yeah, and okay, and it's the extra edition of the file.io. So why isn't that a clue that it wants to, like, we've told it here. We've told it here to use the extra edition, so I don't know why that isn't enough. Like, that should be enough for... That should be enough for ScummVM to figure out that we want the new version. And, I mean, hang on. The other option could be, is an old version of file.io embedded in the Mac edition? Because that can that's also an option. That's also another thing that can happen. Oh my god, come on. Reversing. DevTools. Puppet Motel. Okay. So it does have file.io embedded in it. Oh my god, really? So res id xcod 1020 Puppet Motel. Yep, and it's the crusty old version of file.io. I guess that's what kind of makes it complicated then. But I mean, it's using the extra API, so I don't understand why it would still want the old one. Okay, Voyager. Then we get to here, which it doesn't like. Uncaught lingo error, extra not found, file.io. I don't understand why it wouldn't have... Okay. Let's just intercept it, like, straight in that method. Because there is a file in... Oh, wait. Okay. Because like before the game starts, there is a step where it will go through like the extras folder and try and find every file of interest in there, which I would have thought would be done in this init-xlibs. Oh no, load extras from path. There you go. It found file.io extra fat and then it probed these resources. Okay. So, I don't understand why this would not have fixed file.io extra. Okay, so we've got the string. Okay, then it's checking for global vars. Okay, then it does like this get object type. But it's the X object because there's a copy of file.io in the exe. Alright, great. That's at least understandable. Okay, maybe then we just have to rig it so that the one that's embedded in the exe doesn't take precedence. that's something we can do. That's absolutely something we can do. I just gotta find out where that code is. I think it's in Engines Director. It says load extras from path. Then it's load INI stream. Then there's probe resources. So probe resources, I think, is the guy that we need to fix. Okay, and then there's like all this stuff about like OpenXlib. So I suppose OpenXlib is the thing that we would need to patch. I mean, we've got an option. We can either like do we can patch OpenXlib, or we can patch this method to not override anything that already has something in place with OpenXlib. Yes, okay, this guy here. Like, if OpenXlib contains key name, yeah, so there's already meant to be some code here which prevents this very problem from happening. So it could be that, I don't know. I guess we should probably just put in a breakpoint for resource CPP. Let's see what's going on. Okay. Load extras from path. Okay. Okay. It's attempting to open the extras file IO extra fat, and it's trying to open it as an extra. Okay. If OpenXlibs contains... I see. I think I see the issue. Because file IO extra fat... That's not file IO, is it? But really... Then there's like this whole thing about xlib openers. Which then contains this. Okay, because it's got like a slightly different name. I understand now. I understand where it's going wrong. Okay. So how do we fix that then? Because the openers will... Yeah, okay. So I think that maybe like the opening function in file.io needs to detect to see if there's already an existing version and then just back off if there is. Yeah, okay, because there's like... It's checking to see if there is this... Then we get a new file object. Okay, then that gets added to the extras list. Which in itself is kind of not super... Okay, there's some assumptions in here which I don't quite like. And yeah, the xlib name is file.io, so it would be this expose x object. Okay, which then checks to see if global vars.name has been overwritten. I see, okay. Okay, so then we need to, I guess, mod it to just respect whatever the first one we come across is. Okay, and then did that get called with the right type? It should have, but did it? It sure did. Okay, good. That's good news. So I'll say if I think we basically just try and I guess it would be this. Actually, no, we could specifically check to see if it's the extra version that we got. So if I should just go my god, there's no... Okay, there's no search function. That's great. Empty, assign, and play... Front, and set up, pushback, resize... Really? Okay. I thought that the array type had something. But maybe it doesn't. Maybe I just imagined that. Oh, common string array. God damn it. Alright. Okay, bunch of constructors. We've got insert at operator, reserve, resize, assign. Okay, great. So no search. There we go. There's our new piece of sticky tape. All right. Well, this is more doable. Okay. Call to undefined handler X sound. Macintosh X objects X sound. Unimplemented xlib X sound. Interesting. Okay. DevTools. Dumper companion. Not dumper companion. Oh, great. Okay, so it uses the old style one. That's unfortunate. Res ID equals XFCN 33. Yeah, alright. So like XFCN is the precursor to like XObject. So instead of having a defined API, you just have one function that you can call with whatever you want. And in this particular instance, I thought we had a stub for this. I thought we had a stub. Or maybe we only had a stub for X sound without an underscore attached to it. Yeah, this guy. This guy right here. I don't see why this should be any different. I mean, okay, the upside is that we might be able to fix the old one while we fix the new one, which is good. I do actually have, yeah. I have actually bought a copy of the older version because there are more, for some reason there are a lot of copies of the original. There are not so many copies of the remake. And I got mine for fairly cheap. So yeah, it would be nice to run that directly. Weird that there would be two X functions. I wonder if that'll come back to bite me. Shouldn't matter, like it's stubbed. It should just tell me what it wants. Okay, so game is started. We've gone to this screen here. Yep, no audio because the X object, well, there is no X object behind this. Debug flag disable lingo exec. Yep, okay. So interesting. It's calling very similar APIs to the other Xsound one. Which makes me think we should be able to just make a shim. Because if we look at the very top of this stack, it's going to be like trying to play a sound or do a fade or something, and then, yeah, there we go. Like it's exactly the same API. So we should, okay, let's see what it would take to do a little bit of switcho chango on that. Oh yeah, I guess we have this which is just kind of a wrapper across accessing this Voyager Xsound X object type. Yeah, okay, because these are like all methods which will then like try and fetch the object and then do stuff. So we just need a similar thing here. We would just need an open and a close. So how did I do this? Like, I think, yeah, all right. I keep looking at this, which is, oh crap. I keep looking at this particular one, which is, yeah, this is from a mini game for the 7 colors, which I fixed, which allows you to do some kind of like little DJ mixing task. And it also has like some state which gets loaded when the xlib gets opened. So I'll have to do a similar thing here. So we'll do this. We'll go back to here. Do I do a similar thing here for... Oh yeah, I do, okay. So we'll do this, we'll go back into here. Voyager xsound.h. Okay, that's good. Okay, now we just gotta do a bunch of glue in here. Basically just gotta re-implement the API. And it's made slightly harder by the fact that all the arguments are kind of, they're pushed to the stack in order, which then means you need to yeah, we kind of need a peak. We need a peak from the stack in the reverse order. So we'll just chuff on to so we'll do this. We'll go glingo peak, and then it would be basically nugs -1 if I'm guessing it's going to have to return at least one thing. So we'll do this, which would then give us the bottommost arg, which should be the function that gets called, and then we can. Ooh, Origin says at least many of these games don't have CD-based DRM encryption like Secure or Safe Disk. Not really an issue if it's just files in ScummVM, but reading the physical CD can be trouble for some owners. On something like a Raspberry Pi 4 or 5, do you think it's beneficial to disable certain game engines during compile if you know you won't be using them? Does it improve performance, file size, or anything, or is it just a big block of libraries? It absolutely does improve file size, because some of these are quite big. Not so sure about performance. It's just adding more code to the executable. I don't think it necessarily causes that big of an issue. It may on like more resource constrained embedded handhelds where you don't have as much like memory to store code in. Like that could like affect like maybe like if it's constantly like paging to get like more code into memory, then that could be bad. Oh, Mamu says the games I want to work on all have safe disk. Yeah, that's kind of a pain from a preservation standpoint. Maybe the solution is just to add safe disk support to Dumper Companion. Although like that doesn't really help if the game itself is like trying to access the weird broken sectors that safe disk uses or what have you. Yeah, I reckon. I would say, yeah, low-end systems probably does benefit from like disabling engines that you don't intend to use, but don't quote me on that. So we go datum command equals this, and we go command type doesn't equal string glingo drop stack nugs return okay, and then we basically just go if else oh, we don't need exclamation point because warning puts one in, I think. So we go command common string okay, now we can stub out the API. So I think we would need to look at... Oh no, we're in the right spot. Sorry. Get out of here. We need... Okay, open is definitely going to be one. So we go open... Argnum check 3... And then, actually no, Argnum check would be 4. Oh no, it would be 3. And then we could just go. Oh, and we need to grab this, wouldn't we? And we'll just put in a Mankiol static cast. What are the odds that would try and screw us by changing the contents of that state? Next to none. Next to none. So remove that. Then we go back into here and we just add in some more glue. Okay. So we can go xobject open. think that'll work. And then just, yeah, just more of the same, really. Just gotta keep adding these. Else, if command name equals close. Okay, and then that returns a void, so we just do this. G, and then go push. Okay, we push the number 0 because that's probably... I'm fine pushing void for those cases where it's technically a warning, but the others, we should return the number 0. Okay.
Hello, please press a code number.
Thank you very much for the follow, Kakurito. Good to have you around through this very, very boilerplate heavy part of the stream. Okay, so that's argument 2. Alright, Arjun says, love the game's Wikipedia only mentions the Macintosh version. Yeah, it also mentions that as of 2022, the game is impossible to play on new systems, which did kind of pique my interest a little bit. Do we... Yeah, right. Okay, path name... What were the two? Okay, what were the two functions that we used for? Actually, no. Let's just do it properly. Let's not try and take shortcuts. At least not yet. Plenty of time for shortcuts later. Okay, so we've got status, path. Did I actually implement path? No. Okay, I just didn't bother with path. I guess because we haven't run into it yet. I did do play file, so let's get that done. Right, and this was one of the ones which I thought contained variable arguments. So we're going to have to probably test that. So it's actually going to be 3 args because everything is off by 1. Okay, well. I think that should be enough to like at least play the little wolf howl at the start. And then confirm they're on the right track. So I may just do that. I may just do that just to see if we're on the right track. Crap, where did... Oh, it's here, okay. Arrogant says, oh, the re-released new was dual Windows 95 and Mac on the CD? Yeah, it was a hybrid. The old one was just a Mac only CD with a Mac only X object. I'm guessing, yeah. It is kind of weird that they would make the API different. I mean, they would have had to make the API different because only the Mac version of Director supports XFCN, and I guess, I don't know, maybe it was a pain to port that exact calling convention over to Windows. So they just went for an object, but it's unusual. Okay, do we get the wolf howl? Okay, good. That's what we like to hear. And then I'm guessing the status function is still working. Okay. So we'll just keep on gluing. So we have like ext play file. Did I... Oh no, that's stop. Oh, okay, I just never implemented xplay file. That's fine. Okay, maybe maybe it doesn't use it. It does look exactly the same as play file, so it's kind of odd. So stop doesn't have... Oh no, stop is one argument, which is the number, the channel number. So it's kind of the same as this. Okay, volume takes two arguments. Okay, then left-right volume, which is, as would expect, different volume for each channel. It's going to have four arguments, which would be rvol, lvol, and chan. Okay, then fade, which has... Oh, okay, which has like, it's another case of like optional, so we'll just copy that code in. That comes 3. That comes 5. Um, 5, 5, 5, 5, 4. Okay. Then we got the frequency command, which is just 2, so I guess it would be the same as this. Yep, that just returns a 1, and then pan, which is basically the same. Okay, that should be all the functions we've got so far. Right, where did this go? Yeah, we still got the weird thing going on with file.io, you know, the two versions fighting one another, but this should in theory be okay. There we go, it's calling status, it's calling play file, which worked. And okay, can we get to the next screen? We should be able to. All the functions are... Yes! Oh my god, it's working. So all the stubs we made seem to be working okay. Let's check out the violin screen so we can just check to see if frequency and everything is working as we expect.
The time is now 8 o'clock and 1 second p.m. The time is now 8 o'clock and 2 seconds p.m. The time is now 8 o'clock and 3 seconds p.m.
Oh no, interesting. Get property beat LP2 not found. That's unusual. That's very unusual. What is this up to? Why is it trying to... Property beat LP2 not found. That's it. Instruction 89. CD prop list file base. Okay, I see. So here's our property array, which is CD prop list, which contains a bunch of stuff. And it was looking for file base, which is beat LP2. Oddly enough, beat LP2 does not seem to be in this list. So maybe there's like some other code which is responsible for putting this list together, which is kind of not doing so good a job. Okay, because there's like an AIF file called beat LP2. And it's like CD prop list and hard disk prop list, and hard disk prop list has got nothing in it, which is probably for the best. And this has a bunch of crap in it. Tell me more about get file spec. Oh, okay, and then that's calling get sound file spec, I think. Yeah, okay, that's calling get sound file spec. So it was checking GHD sound files and GCD sound files. Tell me more about where GCD sound files came from. Come on. Come on, game. Interesting. Okay, so it gets set here to this thing here, and it's expecting what was the file it was expecting? Beat LP2. And beat LP2 not mentioned, it would seem, in here. So then, does that mean that beat LP2 is wrong and it got that from somewhere incorrect? Maybe this is a fluke. Maybe let's try like a different room and see if it has the same error. I do find it kind of strange sometimes how, like, I want to say not the entire reason, but maybe like 50 to 60% of the reason why people use Director or use Director was because it got you like cross-platform compatibility fairly cheap with, you know, reasonable amounts of you know, especially like in the Windows 3.1 era, like it was a massive pain in the ass to do anything with high performance on the screen, so it was common to just say, yeah, director's pretty good, just use that. But you would think then that would mean, oh, you only have like one set of file handling code to worry about. No, most of the time games will go out of their way to make like one piece of code for the Windows and one piece of code for Mac. And the two are very subtly different. Okay. Just give me a random page. Oh, I can see the in-between of the two things, which I couldn't see before.
The time is now 8 o'clock and 1 second p.m. The time is now 8 o'clock
Uh-oh.
and 2 seconds p.m. The time is now
Is that my
8
computer
o'clock
lagging?
and 3 seconds p.m.
Okay. Yeah, it happened again. Yeah, Argent Logician said WinG became Director or DirectX for hardware acceleration. Yeah, interestingly, I think my recollection is that the 16-bit edition of Director predates WinG. And in fact, like one of the first things a 16-bit Director application will try and do is install a kernel driver for, at least for the sound mixer. I can't remember if it does the same thing for graphics, but it would not surprise me if it did as well. Because that was just something that you could do. Back then, you could just say, you know what? Install a kernel driver. That's your first thing you have to do off the bank. Because we all trust each other. Right, okay, so same. So I think I'm going to have to run this with bytecode debugging on so we can see exactly where in the morass something went wrong. Because it's getting these file names from somewhere. There's just I don't know why that would be different compared to the list that is inside the movie. That seems like a mistake. Okay. Just gonna click the first thing in front of us. Wait for it to very slowly fade the screen out. Okay, then it immediately crashes because property breath LP not found. Because we've got the stack. It's pushed breath LP on the end there. Where did it get breath LP? Okay. Breath LP is file base. So tell me more about where it got file base from. Oh, okay. Did it generate it? It's using delete again. My favorite command. Did we break delete in a different way? Or is it relying on I mean, doesn't look cooked. Okay, so filebase was originally breathlp.aif. So it's get file name base, which is no longer cromulent. which I think we've got the source code for. Right. Set file base to uppercase string. Sure. Set this to the number of characters in file base. If it's greater than 4, then check to see if there is a match, in which case delete this range of characters. Arrogant says, is that the same code you added -1 to earlier for Millennium? It might be. I'm kind of surprised though, because it seems to be cropping it correctly, and also the Windows version works, and presumably it uses the same system. So I'm wondering, like, because like, yeah, all it's doing is it's chopping off the file extension, which then returns breath LP. Which I would have thought would be fine. But I mean, I can't argue with the fact that it just does not show up in here, does it? Okay, breath shows up in here, but breath LP does not. And in the Windows version, we've got rooms final breath.aif, and we've got rooms final breath.aif, and here we've got Puppet Motel folder rooms transit breath LP.aif. Alright. Is that... Okay, so call play file, it then does check open, it then uses the T-Sound Player MacX object, which then... Wait a second. Oh, no, that's another script in the thing. Okay, no, that's what all this stuff is. Oh, I was worried it was like another X object. No, it can't be that. So... It's getting AIF name, which I'm guessing is a parameter to play file. Yeah, okay. And there's this weird inheritance going on. Very, very cool. Okay, well we have like play random sound, which then takes one of these files. And that's where it gets breath LP from. If I open up, okay, if I open up the Windows one and I put a breakpoint on that same delete command, does the same thing happen? Oh, bollocks. No. Stop. I've changed my mind. Forgot to run in GDB. guess we'll just have to wait. Gonna... Okay. Please stop. Oh, cool. We're leaking 4 megabytes of crap. Thanks to... okay, there's like some object copying thing, which is leaking memory. That'll be a fun task for later. Where's all the memory going? There's like a big chunk of memory that must be going somewhere. Okay, bigger, 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 bigger. Oh, here we go. Leaking 600k, and that is in... Oh, the compiler. The Lingo compiler is linking 600k. That's not good. Oh yeah, Arrogant says, sometimes when running Public Motel, a voice will tell you that you're out of memory. This does actually happen. There are several bits where you get like the default Mac speech synthesizer saying, "You are out of memory." Which is quite funny. Ran into it a couple of times before. Okay. So I'm clicking the first thing in the middle. Oh, that's right. B, C, delete. CB, delete. So it should hopefully stop at the same rough point. Okay, yeah, so we've got savelp.aif. And it's basically just trying to chop, I think, the end off. Yeah, just save LP. Save. And that worked. So why did that work in Windows but not in Mac? Arrogant says, is it supposed to be a joke, or are they saying 8 megabyte of RAM might be full of more than AIFF files? Maybe it's kind of a reference to the constraints that they were kind of under while making this. Would not surprise me. Like, Director does have a fairly aggressive memory manager, which you can kind of nudge, but it's not always perfect. Okay, here we go. All this nonsense about that. So in this call here, save LP does exist in that that list, but in this one it does not. Interesting. Okay, no, so it calls HD prop list, which is a big file. And CD prop list is nothing. Ah, okay. So something must be happening to not set this hard drive list of stuff Because yeah, in the other one, it was kind of empty. Right, so if I open up this, and we look at GHD sound files, yeah, so we've got all this stuff on the hard drive, and all this extra stuff on the CD, but for some reason, this is empty on our Mac version, which is not what we want. Yeah, CD sound files, HD sound files. It's got nothing. It's got a big old goose egg. So what's responsible for setting up this? Okay. Yeah. All right. This seems to be the problem. Did list HD sound? Is that in the scroll back? No, it did not survive the scroll back. Oh, list HD files. No, it did not survive. Okay. So let's open this up, put in a breakpoint for list HD files, and figure out why that is screwing up. It's probably going to be something boring related to I don't know, the path being read wrong or something under Mac. Okay. Come on. Oh crap, did I miss my chance? I think I missed my chance. That was list HD files. Oh no, still got a chance. And that was 808. Cancel. There we go. So here we are at the start of list HD files. We're going to just run that through to completion. Ooh, that's looking very recursive. Loads of scroll back. So what is it trying to do exactly? It's... yeah, okay. Okay, so it's checking for files with an AIF extension. And then files with a dir extension, which I guess makes sense. I don't know how you get... Oh, and then it's using base path? What is it using as base path? Because maybe that's... Maybe that might be a problem. Okay, it's using Puppet Motel folder rooms as a base path. Which... The thing is though, it needs to find... Oh no, okay, it's under... The thing we're looking for is in fact under Puppet Motel folder rooms. So there should be no excuses for not finding anything. So it's found the about LTI folder. We need it to find transit, which contains all the stuff. Apple Share, PDS, documentation, desktop printers, trash, icon. Did it find transit? Oh crap, no, I'm in the wrong spot. Found transition, but it didn't. Okay, all right. I think we're part of the way into what might be going on here. So huh. Where did it find trash? Trash only exists here at the top level. Oh, okay. So it's enumerating all the files here for some Lord knows what reason. Okay, yeah, that'll be a problem. That'll be a problem because it's calling. Yeah, okay. So it's calling get nth file name in folder, which then means it's trying to resolve this to match a folder, and I guess like when it saw rooms, it then meant like, oh, you mean this rooms which is here on the top level, not the rooms which is in here with the frigging proper path, because why would you want that? Why would you want that? Why are there so many copies of trash? Crikey, Alright, well, we know where the problem is now. Get nth file name in folder. Start again. Aaron says, macOS just sends you CD full of trash folders. You know, it's like, it was a simpler time. Like, later on, they improved the tech and it now became DS Store, which they, you know, package with everything. But back then it was trash. But this is unfortunate. So one of the downsides of Director is that initially they didn't give you any. They gave you one API for accessing the file system without an extension, and that was called get nth file name in folder. And so a lot of this like custom file system detection code relies on that. And like literally all you do is you give it a path and you give it a number, and it will either give you void or it will give you a string. And that string would either be a file or a directory, and you basically just have to kind of like, you know, tri-state your way into figuring out what each file in the thing is. So it's a great system. It's a wonderful system. So we've got a path. We then try and find the absolute path. That's good. Absolute path is good. Do we find an absolute path? No, for some reason, find absolute path returns null. Which is bad news for us. But that should absolutely have matched as an absolute path, so I do not understand why. So I want to mulligan. I want to see why that happened again. Yeah, that's right. So you have to give it either like an absolute path when you either give it file names or you give it an absolute path. You cannot give it relative paths, which is good. I prefer it this way. But then that means, but I don't understand why this check did not work, because literally the folder name is the same. There are no differences. None. Okay, get in here. Find the absolute path. Okay, firstly, is this an absolute path? I think it is. I absolutely think it is. But maybe... Okay, no, it's checking to see if it's got a freaking @ symbol as a prefix. Starts with a Windows drive letter. I see, alright. So that's failing because it's not passing this check. But technically the path does exist. So do I want to know where it's getting this from? Where it's getting GHD path from? So it's getting that by taking HD base path and then appending rooms to it. Sure, okay. Where does it get where does this come from? Sure. Okay, I think we got to be like a little sneaky here, I think. We would need to go into the logic for that built-in. Oh no, it's in utils, I think. Sorry. Utils. Shut this. Open up. Delay Millis? Read Apple. No, where is it? This guy here is absolute path. If we're on Macintosh, it is possible for people to, it's possible to just be fed a without a root. fall back on the honor system if that may or may not like fix / break things, because really the trick isn't necessarily that there is still a step after that where it has to check to see if the path exists, which hopefully would solve our problem. So B get nth file name in folder. Oh, Arrogant says, long ago I had issues with wine and folders with spaces, so I simply snaky cased everything or removed the spaces. Solution might have been to do folder name, but I never bothered fixing my script. Oh, hey Arvenla, how was your stream? Sorry, I don't mean to like enter in on your turf, but I missed out last Thursday, so I wanted to do at least one stream this week, and tonight was the night I had. Great. So, will this find something, is the question. It freaking better. It sort of did. It found a path, but it is the wrong path. Freak me sideways. Okay, that's it's not ideal. Oh no, I'm overreacting. That's correct. That I think is good. Maybe. Sure. Well, we'll see how many things break with this. Del 1. Del 1. Avanlar is asking, what are we working on? We are working on getting Puppet Motel running, which is very heavily reliant on a custom audio plugin. We got the Windows one's working pretty well, and now we were just trying out the Macintosh edition, which has a few hitches, namely the file system code seems to be a bit off, and we had to like make a different port of the audio driver, which used a different calling convention. Yeah, this is Voyager X sound. We've got everything, I think, except the microphone, which isn't a thing ScummVM can do. I'm pretty aware. Kill me. Alright. We didn't fix it. It's still broken. Va. I mean, okay, no, it found... No. It's scraping these properly now. It's figured out that all this stuff is on the hard drive. That's better than we were before. So why did that crash? It was looking for Puppet LP. It was putting that into this dingus. And then it eventually... Okay, then it died from Puppet LP not found. But there were like other LPs that it could find. Oh crap, no. It's the same issue. It's the same issue. Bollocks. Okay, Yeah, alright. It's because... So... HD... Hard drive... DAW file... Sorry. There's CD sound files, which is this big list, and then there's HD sound files, which is this list. Oh no, they're slightly different. Okay. Forget what I said. Forget what I said. Puppet LP. Right. Does not appear in either of those. What about the Windows one? Because we have the Windows one open to compare with. And so it should appear in one of these lists. Yeah, okay. So it's meant to appear in a HD sound file. So we're not scraping... We're still not scraping that properly. Yeah, it's okay. HD sound files. Looks quite different. Bollocks. Okay, so yeah, it's probably down to... So I've got like find absolute path. So it's checking, is the path an absolute path? Then it is resolving the path with fuzz. And then presumably that part is not working. Hey, alright, well, we're gonna have to 808 list files. That was the name of the method which did all the work. Take a little breath, wait for this to load. Any second now. There we go. .808 list files. Get nth file in folder directory. Oh, file name and folder, fine. Continue. All right, now this is wrong. Okay, I was correct. This is cooked now. Before it was giving the full path. Now it is not giving the full path. What gives? Okay, because HD base path is now nothing. Okay, well, hang on. Before I freak out, crap. No, so the HD base path has got to be this Puppet Motel folder. We can agree on that, because that's where it expects like the hard drive stuff to be in. And for some reason it is now blank. Because it returns empty. Because it's doing some kind of subpathy thing. Right, item delimiter. $782? Oh my god. So we've got file exists, string to file, subpath for file, global K file spec delimiter, set all delim to the item delimiter. Okay. So it's kind of slicing up a path, and it seems to be doing it poorly. That I can believe. Because the item delimiter is currently comma, then it gets changed to K file spec delimiter, which is colon. Then we push F name to the stack. Oh my god, alright. It's, yeah, my brain is getting a little bit too cooked to figure out what's going on. It's little bit, oh my god, like, I'm worried that this is basically being, you know, the Windows version is basically being held aloft by, like, gravity and luck. Like, we can restart the Windows version, and I can, like, break it in the same spot. And we can go, like, 808 list files, that's it. We can just do a little bit of compare and contrast. But I imagine that it is that the Windows version uses like absolute paths properly and the Mac version doesn't. And then like the weird homegrown file handling code doesn't work as expected. But I imagine that it's probably because we've got like two things could be happening here. One is that we could be generating the wrong paths from the code and then all the file operations don't work because the paths are wrong, or it could be that we're getting the right paths and we're not dealing with an edge case. And I'm kind of hoping it's not the second one because that would suck. 808 list files. Okay, good. I did remember that at least. Yeah, because we can see here that it's figured out that like the hard drive path is this absolute one here that has puppet rooms in it. And I feel like go further up. We can see that init paths has this. Yeah, and it goes like set HD base path to subpath for file, the path name code.txt. So the path name, maybe the issue is that the path name isn't being given as an absolute path. No, it must be. Oh, sorry. It must be consistent between Mac and PC. Okay, found CD path, init paths, CD base path. CD path windows. CD path windows. Okay, so we've got some special code here. All right, and so we're asking for the path name that returns returns a full path beginning with C. And I get the feeling that we're not doing that properly. It should be being returned with as like an absolute MAC path, but we're not doing that. So we'll just check. Check the scroll back for this. Yeah, we're just returning blank. We're just returning blank. We shouldn't be doing that. That's kind of a crappy thing to do. All right, so maybe that could be where we're screwing up. If it was that, I would be a lot happier, and I wouldn't have to put in that other crappy bodge. So where's crap bodge? Crap bodge is here. So lingo that's CPP. It was path name. VM get current absolute path. So this is... Yep. There we freaking go. So then we can comment this out because it's probably not needed anymore. Rebuild. Thank you all for your patience as I go down this endless rabbit hole. It's sometimes, unfortunately, yeah, you have to kind of like really scrape that barrel in order to find out why something may be amiss. And in this case, like just tracing back all the way through the file loading methods to figure out why the why I can't find any sound files. But hopefully, okay, now that we've added that, that should now mean that the 808 init file thing gets loaded with a proper path, which should then mean that the absolute path detection thing should work, which should then mean good things. We'll just put in a 808 list files so we can check to see that everything's okay. Don't worry about that. B get nth file name and folder. Continue this. Did this work? Oh, look, it's got an absolute path. We like to see it. So did it find the path? Thank Christ it did. It found it. Found the absolute path. Okay. Del 1. Continue. Please run. Okay. Clicking on the first scene that comes in front of us. Computer said save. I think it worked. It's not crashing. I think it worked.
2 seconds p.m. The time is now 8 o'clock and 3 seconds p.m.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
You are out of memory. Save. Save now. Save. You are out of memory. Format. You are out of memory. Save. Save now. Save. You are out of memory.
This is a recording.
Okay. How do I leave?
This is a recording.
You are out of memory. Save.
The one, I don't know. It does make it kind of difficult to see, like, how you're meant to kind of exit out of these scenes sometimes, but you can, I think you can at least hit escape, which will always at least take you somewhere. Oh, here we go. So we're back here. So I want to try the violin screen, because that one had one of the plugin things we were using. We're not going to the puppet screen. God, no. Absolutely not. Oh, here we go. I just noticed that the icon turned red. Maybe it's like there's some other thing that unlocks if you visit like all of the scenes. Okay, here we go. So this is the tape violin.
Say what you mean. Say what you mean.
I don't know. The interaction was also kind of sketchy on real hardware, so I'm not gonna try and worry about that one too much.
And I want you to teach him that. And I want you to teach him that. Let you know that talked about me. And then Moses talked about me.
Okay.
Listen to my heartbeat. Listen to my
Okay, and that's right. That was, I think that was everything for the screen. Cool, the audio fade is working. Oh yeah, okay, so that one's now marked red too. So I guess there is definitely some kind of mechanism which tracks to see which which pieces you visited. Oh yeah, okay. This is the creepy TV. So you can mess with the knobs and like the antennae a fair amount, which then kind of messes with the picture. But the real solution is to pull out the cable here.
Did she fall? Or was she pushed?
Okay, this one uses stereo.
Your
I think it just...
on my chair.
At least I think it does. I think it uses panning.
Your shirt on my chair.
Oh yeah, it does.
I'll be with you.
Sleep as we speak. Listen to the drums beat as we speak. In our sleep.
Huh. Should that be panning?
Listen to the drums beat. As we speak. In our sleep. As we speak. Listen to the drums beat as we speak.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it should be doing something, but it's not because I misspelt it. Okay, good thing we caught that. So that should be capital. Are there any other commands which are like camel case like that? Play file? Oh no, play file. No, it's just left right vol. Weird. So if we go into HFS, Papa Motel folder, Macintosh X objects, strings X sound. Default volume, set volume. Really? Okay. Okay, well, I don't know what the deal is there, but it seems... Okay. Play file is lowercase, left right vol, not lowercase. Okay. Actually, given that I was tracking my name, presumably must be writing the status to the disk at some point. Yeah. All users. Yeah, okay. It's got my name in there. I wonder if the little icons are going to turn red. If I remember that. That seems like the main thing to... No, they don't turn red. So... I don't know, maybe I'll have to cross-check on real hardware to see if... those are meant to persist.
The time is now 8 o'clock and 1 second p.m. The time is now 8 o'clock and 2 seconds p.m. The time is now 8 o'clock and 3 seconds p.m.
Same.
The time is now 8 o'clock and 1 second p.m. The time is now 8 o'clock and 2.
You know, I did an interview, so here are the questions. I did an interview.
Okay, debug flag, disable, and go exec.
You know, I did an interview with John Cage and I spent some time. So here are the questions. Is time long or is it why? The answers.
Okay.
Sometimes the answers just come in the mail. You're walking and you don't always realize it.
Okay, so panning seems to be
So
working.
when they say things like you've got to do this by the... No, I did an interview. So when they say things like you've got to... So you're walking and you don't always realize it. So here are the questions. Is time long or is it why? And the answers. Sometimes the answers just come in the mail. One day you get that letter you've been waiting for forever, and everything it says is true. And then in the last line it says, burn this.
Okay, the amazing Ouija floorboard. Any questions? Yes. Type your question. Oh, what happened there? Should I end the stream? Okay. Suggested questions. Is everyone just acting is time-wide? Do you want to hear a story? Type your question. What gives? Oh, I hit goodbye. Yeah, it's not clear how this one is supposed to work. Maybe I'll have to, like, check the original. 'Cause it didn't seem like we were getting much in the way of feedback after typing in a question.
You are out of memory. Save. Save now. Save.
Okay, I think I might have to add like the "you are out of memory" as a gimmick, assuming I can find it where it is. But oh, what the hell? Okay, so there's ice skates, alarm clock. Ah, creepy puppet. Don't want that. You can, yeah, it's clear that this was designed for a Macintosh because it's more, yeah, it's now just on the threshold of visibility, whereas before it was like way too dark. Okay, do you believe the future is written within the palm of your hand? Okay, that's some kind of... Oh, actually, no. Oh, wait, no, it faded out because it's gonna be... I was thinking, like, is there, an issue with transparency there? And initially I was thinking, well, no, it can't be because it just faded out there. But then again, that's another feature it could have used. There's like a alpha transparency feature it could have used for that. Let's say yes. Have I had enough? Okay, draw all. Okay, cast 50. No, cast 50 is a bitmap, and what is the current channel that's using cast 50? Yeah, okay, so it is using, so it's using Ink 24, which I think is the transparency one, which is not working properly, and it's also using the alpha blend, so yes, I've had enough. Oh, and it boots you out when you say you've had enough. I suppose can't, you know, can't fault it there. Okay, and we go back to the menu screen here. Alright, well, it's getting a little late. I think I might wrap the stream up here. Apologies that it was kind of more boilerplate and admin heavy than usual, but we did get a lot of things fixed. So it's impossible to say whether or not the stream was good or bad. More importantly, we got Puppet Motel working for Mac as well, which is great news. Especially given that, like, the version that's very commonly bought is the Mac version, so you can't rely on, or at least the one that's, like, easy to buy on eBay, that's the Mac version, so it's good to have that in the back pocket. And also, somehow we managed to play that, bootleg Where in Time is... Sorry, yeah, bootleg Mario is Missing, but featuring the weird CG robots, and fix a bunch of issues related to that, so it's great. It's great stuff. Who is online? I'm not aware of who normally streams on a Friday, so This might be interesting. Okay, we got a choice. We got a choice of a few places. Alright, text files is doing some archiving stuff, so you know what? It's always a nice chill evening. Let's go say hello to Jason Scott at the Internet Archive. Alright. Yeah, that's about it. I will be back Monday, hopefully. Doing hopefully like the final stretch of the adventure game stuff. I enjoyed it, but at the same time, it's overstayed its welcome a little bit. I just want it done. Dear God, I just want it done. Until then, have a wonderful rest of your evening. I will see you later. Have a great weekend. Goodbye.